Oh god, the mic came out. What's up? Hello! Ah, it came out again. This is terrible. It's all going wrong. What's up, everybody? Hello, hello, hello. It's been, frankly, too long. Frankly. And that is, I will claim about 80% responsibility. It is mostly my fault. What's up, Chat Noir? How you doing? Basically, the ISP told me, they were like, yo, man, that's crazy that you're still having these issues, dog. We want to help you out. And I go, sweet, let's do it. And they're like, yeah, the problem is it's going to take a while. You're going to have to be responsive, give us all the evidence. I'm like, yeah, for sure. I can do that. And I thought when they said it'll take a while, they meant it in the same way that like Disco Elysium means it, where it's like a few days. Maybe even a few days before they'll even like reach out. Turns out what they meant was several months. Because it could be bullshit because they basically were like, yeah, not our fault. But damn, that's crazy that you're still having these issues. Couldn't be us throttling. We would never do that. That's illegal. So there's no shot that that's what's happening. And I was like, right, for sure. And then they're like, so, might be something with your building, with the city, we're going to have to work with the HOA. We're going to have to work with, all these fucking things. Can we play multiplayer Geoguessr? No, maybe. Maybe someday, not in the proof of concept. And I'll explain what we're doing in the stream in a second, because it's a little slightly different than what you're probably thinking, but potentially in the future. Because depending on how this stream goes, I could see it having a lot of legs to like morph and evolve over the years. Or over the weeks. But yeah, they were basically like, we'll have to work with all these people. You'll have to work with all these people. And it's going to take a long while, which is so sick. But it's why I haven't been around. I'm going to see about some potential solutions. Maybe some other things I can do, but we have a functional stream in the meantime, so I'm not too concerned. I just want to get back to it, which is what I'm going to focus on. I do not understand how the concept of the stream is meant to work. Okay, let's do it. Let's get into it. So, this is an idea. Normally, I let my ideas percolate a little bit more. I'll be honest with you. This one I had the idea for in the shower yesterday. And I was like, we're going for it. I don't know what made it speak to me, but I was just immediately like, yeah, this is something I need to do. So the plan is quite simple, I would say. Is that we're going to play a round of Geoguessr. And you guys know, I am famous for stealing content. I am famous. Creating totally original creative work is hard. But as a DM, you need to be able to steal, and steal ethically and efficiently. So I've also talked about how one of my struggles as a DM when I'm prepping, when I'm making homebrew, when I'm doing anything in that vein, is that I struggle with the first like 10 to 20%. Beyond that, I can get going. But the 10 to 20%, it kind of messes with me. So the idea, and we'll see if it works. It might just fail miserably. But the idea is that we will play some Geoguessr to give us some cool and interesting examples of interesting geography. We'll analyze the various locations after the fact and see if there's any cool map ideas that spring out from it, and try to get at least one map made by the end of all this, whether that's a battle map, a city map, a regional map, anything like that. And try to buff it out enough to get it to where I would call it a floating idea. You know, I always talk about getting that like 80% done, and then you can slot it in wherever you need it. That's going to be the goal, is by the end of this stream, we have at least one that's like a floating thing that you could slot into your games at home, depending on the situation, if it made sense. So, with that, I just made a new account with my Megaphone Man gaming email. And I think we'll get into it from there. And then if this works out, like just like at a base level, there's all sorts of things we could do. Geoguessr has so many facets to it that if the concept just like is functional, we might be able to do even more interesting things by refining the actual playing of the Geoguessr. So we'll see. Maybe even multiplayer. And I don't know what a campaign is, but I just want to play normal. Can I do... You need a pro subscription to be able to play? Wait, what? Wait. I can't play single player without a pro subscription? Try the free daily game? Daily game, can you find your way around the world? Okay. You know, like I said, I did not let this idea percolate very long. Okay. Oh, I also realized I'm not showing. There it is. So yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna see how it goes. Okay. Enjoying single player. I'm almost positive that maybe it's Paige's account that has a pro account. Paige loves Geoguessr. So I don't know if she has an account or not. But I'm going to try to pull that up really quick. In the meantime, how are you guys? How's your day? Anyone played any interesting games? Any interesting D&D lately? I know Daniel has been running that Raven Queen like arc and encounter. I don't know how that's going. Let's see. Megaphone Man. Oh wait, no, not Megaphone Man. Paige's email that I'm not gonna say out loud. There we go. Geoguessr. Go with that. Oh, I mean, this is just like a fun little thing. It doesn't even like matter. But I got a arm mount for my drawing tablet. So now I should be able to draw on stream like way easier, which will be cool. Not that it was like that hard before, but more that it took up a shitload of desk space. And so I have, oh no, we do not have pro. Okay, wait, how much is pro? How much is it? Because me and Paige used to play this all the time, and then I think we were tightening up our budget at one point. We must have gotten rid of it. Yearly, $249 a month? Hey, it's a business expense, right? Limited play in single and multiplayer? Wait, what? Okay, there we go. Okay. Took a day off work, which is why I'm here live. Hey, let's go, chat. Is that like a good take the day off of work? Like you're just like doing it for yourself? Or is it like a needed rest day? Because I've definitely had both. Or it's like, oh, this is a fun day off work, or like, nah, I fucking need this. Is under detail. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Pop. So many delays. Next session this Friday. I get it. It is like, for actual plays, like, Critical Role, whatever, it's a business. People can dedicate time to it. But goddamn, it is, especially as, I've gotten older and everyone I'm playing with has gotten older, it just gets harder and harder to plan sessions, especially in a campaign. And I like, I want to get better at, I need a credit card. Where the fuck did I put that? I'm not going to flash it on screen, I swear. Let's see. One sec. I gotta go and grab it from the living room. Oh, wait. No, I don't. I'm an idiot. It's in my password manager. What am I talking about? But as we get older and older, it just becomes harder and harder to consistently schedule with folks. Especially, it's like I have friends in like a lot of non-traditional jobs, either people that work, odd hours or odd days, like they don't like have, the traditional weekend off. Which has led me to both trying to shorten my session length, which I used to be a huge fan of, like super long sessions. That was like just the way that my brain naturally tended. But as I've gotten older, I've started tending towards shorter sessions so that, we can potentially fit it in after someone's work. And just to having less players, which is sad. I actually used to like, I used to say that my preferred was, like 4 to 5, and now it's much more like 3 to 4. And scheduling is a very prominent factor in why, which is just sad. But is what it is, part of getting older, I've been playing solo D&D, running through Rime of the Frostmaiden. Solo D&D? I'm so interested. Is it going well? I've wanted to do. This is a concept that I want to bring to stream that has only not been brought to stream mostly out of laziness. If we're being frank, I definitely could have brought it to stream by now, but I just haven't. I really want to play through a TTRPG that is meant for solo play, like a journaling TTRPG. But yeah, just haven't put in the time to like actually make the setup look good. But how is solo? Like, do you mean like head to head, like one DM, one player, or like all you? I'm very interested. But Raven Queen is bae, as always. Just for myself, if I don't use vacation days, I lose them. Oh yeah, absolutely. Get all those vacation days. The place that I worked last paid you out for vacation days if you wanted, or you could roll them over. They had two different types of vacation. They had actual vacation, and then they had paid absence, which was kind of supposed to be your sick days, but you didn't have to just use them when you were sick. It was supposed to be for like unexpected stuff, but like they didn't ask too many questions. To be fair, I only ever used them for sick. But they would pay you out of the sick days if you didn't use them, which I thought was cool. It's like, I don't know. I always think it's like shitty if it's like, oh, you get this amount of sick days, and if you don't get sick, you just don't get those days off. So I think it's nice that you can either use them for other stuff, or if you don't use them, you just get a little bit of a bonus. That's nice. I always thought. And then the regular vacation just rolled over. I remember the guy that trained me, he'd worked there for like 30 years, and he had 3 months of vacation saved up. So he retired in like August and was still on payroll until November. It was crazy. And like they technically could have called him in, I guess. So he was like, I guess there was like that side of things, but man's basically just got like 3 months of a free paycheck. It was wild. But also he like never took vacation, which is kind of sad. The delays are good delays. Have my 16th date anniversary. Let's go. I love that. That took priority for some reason. Yeah. I actually don't. It's hard for me and Paige to even remember or to even define when our actual dataversary is, because we had our like actual first date after we had already hooked up and I had already spent the night at that point. And so it's like, do we count like the first hookup? Do we count the first actual date? But it's all in like September. And our wedding is also in September. So we just like, September's just like our month at this point. Yeah, it's tons of fun. Oh, fuck yeah. The way I'm doing it involves tons of journaling though, so it's time consuming. Just me. That's very cool. That's very, very cool, Mr. Dad. You'll have to post periodic updates of how it's doing. And I've always worried that, especially for like a TTRPG that's not specifically designed for solo play, that I would like lose interest eventually. But maybe that's just like a self-motivation problem. I don't know. But you'll have to keep updating on how it goes. I'm interested. I think my preferred would probably still be long, but I'm a pragmatist, and that just doesn't work with a table of adults. Exactly. It's like I would love to do 6-hour sessions here still, but yeah, that just doesn't work. People have relationships and family and responsibilities and jobs and other hobbies. It's like when I was in high school, fucking D&D was like one of 2 hobbies that we all had. And now it's like people got a million hobbies, which is fair. Interesting. So TTRPG is very interesting. Unfortunately, like 90% of the YouTubers are just talking about what tools they use and not the how, so it's been hard to figure out a good system. Yeah, I really want to, and this is not a knock on other TTRPG YouTubers. There's a reason I haven't done it yet, but I think there's a reason that people either split into like analysis and tools and advice, which is kind of, where I live, or actual play. I think maybe the only one I can think of off the top of my head that kind of does both is like Dungeon Dudes, but they still separate it very distinctly. It's like Dungeons of Drakkenheim over here, and then all of the other stuff over here. And there's not a lot that's sort of in the middle. Me and Ryan have talked about this a lot, and we both have kind of different ideas about possible ways to address it, but it's hard. It's not like an overly easy task, and that's one of the reasons I want to do this today. This stream right now is kind of going towards that sort of thing, is like showing you how I use things. But I'd like to go even further. Like eventually I would like to be like, let's design a one-shot and then I'm going to run it. Or maybe I like run the one-shot and then afterwards take you guys through the design and my thought process and the philosophy. That'd be something I'd really like to do. It's just hard to put together. And right now, I don't like my own one-shots enough to do that. But the campaign, that home campaign I'm running is I'm putting in reps. I'm putting in the reps to make my one-shots better so that I can feel more confident about making content around it. If you're interested in, or I sometimes do TTRPG style things for DM work. Yeah, that's fair. I do like, I've talked about like how I like fishbowl, how I fishbowl monsters. Like custom monsters, and someone was like, it would be really cool. This is also the problem, is someone was like, it would be really cool to watch you fishbowl. The problem is, I don't know how to make that entertaining. Like, honestly, that part of DMing, like the fishbowling, the homebrew monsters, is like pretty boring. And I normally do it like while me and Paige watch TV or something, or like while I like play a video game and then I do like the fish bowling during the off turns or something like that. So I haven't quite figured out how to make it into content. And I think that that's where a lot of that sort of content gets into, is a lot of the more boring stuff doesn't make good content. You've even seen it with like my Saltmarsh Prep streams, of a lot of times it devolves into me and chat just chatting, because the actual prep itself is only interesting once in a blue moon, but you have to do it. I mean, like, some parts of the fucking hobby are just boring. It's not fun to go and shoot free throws for basketball, but you got to put in the reps. So yeah, it's very interesting. I've been trying to wrap my mind around some possibilities for a little while. If you're interested in solo play, have you heard of 1,000-Year-Old Vampire? Would make for an interesting stream. I will look into 1,000-Year-Old Vampire, absolutely. But I do. This is the thing: is I have a solo TTRPG that I want to play. Like I've already got it picked out. It's mostly, I don't know if y'all would remember, but I did a concept that I really love and that will be back at some point. That was the Exquisite Corpse Dungeon stream. And everyone that I sent it to, because occasionally when I do like stream concepts that I really love and that I really want to do again, I will send them to like friends and family. Like I'll send the VODs. And I got almost unanimous feedback that the stream was too confusing. Like they understood what I was doing, but at any given point, they got lost if they weren't paying like detailed attention. Which is a bit of an issue with like a lot of those more like complicated ideas. Also kind of an issue with like the solo TTRPG stuff, although less of an issue with solo. But it's been a complicating factor, not even in actually executing them on them. I probably should have by now. But it's allowed my procrastination to latch onto something. You know what I'm saying? I've been using the rules laid out by the book DM Yourself. Oh, interesting. My most recent, like 4 jobs have all had a single pool PTO that was used for everything. No real questions asked. I think that's very, very fine. I don't mind that at all, especially if it rolls over. Met on a dating site. Our first date is clearly documented. Fair enough. CR and GAS put out tutorial videos. Didn't last long, though they were fairly good. It's just a very different. I don't even want to say different skill sets. It's like different interests. Like people have asked me about actual playing. Like last prep stream, we got rated by an actual player on Twitch. Super nice. All of his audience was super duper nice. And they were like, "Oh, would you ever actual play? You sound like a fun DM. Like, would you ever consider that?" And I was like, "Oh man, my interest in actual playing is just low, compared to making these sorts of videos." So I think it's just it's very different interest stuff. I've been playing Road Warden. I like that your hands aren't held and note-taking is encouraged. Ooh. Text fantasy field. Okay, I haven't heard of that. I'm gonna write both of these down before I forget them. It was 1,000-Year Vampire, I think. Oh no, now I have to go back. Luckily, I have chat logs. 1,000-Year-Old Vampire and Road Warden. I'll write both of those down. Wait, that's the wrong vault. Oh no, I've got too much obsidian. 1,000-Year-Old Vampire Road Warden. Yeah, I think I have like the one I want to play, but I'll write those down for later. Because if the one that I want to play goes well, maybe I'll do other stuff. One of the issues was people found it confusing if they weren't paying super close attention. Me, oh crap, I didn't hear the context for that. Yeah. Which it's like, but that is something that is like my responsibility as the creator to make it clear. You know what I'm saying? Like if I run a piece of content that is confusing to the audience, that's not the audience's fault. No matter what. That's on me. So I gotta figure out a way around it. But with all that said, all of that said, I've got it all pulled up. Send this link to your friends. No, continue to start page. Okay. I don't know what the fuck campaign is. I'm assuming it's last 3 minutes. Start a new trip. Okay. Last 3 minute time limit 3 minutes, no moving. 3 minutes, move around as much as you like. Let's do medium. So this stream is kind of going to be split into 2 parts. The first part is just going to be playing Geoguessr. I like Geoguessr. It's fun. And then the second part, at the end of Geoguessr, they show you all of the locations. So we'll pull all those up on Google Maps and we'll take a peek around. A fun mechanic of Road Warden is I like a lot. Is you're allowed to say, ask the question, but you're given several options for the tone. Ooh, tonal indicators is very interesting. Tonal indicators is very interesting. Interesting. Never heard of Geoguessr? Okay, so that's a good point. I should not assume that people have. Geoguessr, if you are not aware, is a game where the game will drop us on a random location on Earth. Could be anywhere. But it'll drop us in Street View. Boop. So it'll drop us in a view like this, and we have to try to figure out where we are based on just what we can see. And when we do that, it'll give us a certain amount of points for like how close we are, how close or far away we are. And then after the fact, it'll show us all the locations, and that's where we'll go into the map making portion. Hi, bro, can we play multiplayer now? No, when I said we might play multiplayer later, I mean like a different stream. Because right now I want this stream is only half about playing Geoguessr, and I need to keep it contained for the other half. Sounds cool. Yeah, I'm psyched. Yeah, in most games, tone is tied to the question. You can ask question A snarkily or question B sincerely, but you can't mix and match. That is interesting. Yeah, that's very, very cool. Anyways, let's start the trip. Boop. Play. Okay, so immediately I see cafe, but also a lot of, I think, Spanish. Oh no, it could be another language, but I believe it's Spanish. Civic, Honda Civic. Are they driving? What side of the road are they driving on? Well, oh no, they're all one ways. How dare they? How dare they make it all one ways? Oh no. And I chose the difficulty where I can't move. Sometimes you can move. Let's see, where's the sun? Can we see the sun? Okay. I mean, my North American brain is guessing somewhere in Central America. Let's see. Los Originales. I'm seeing if there's anything that might give me a hint as to like the city or the municipality. No. No. Oh, what is that? Albert 38 Deptos. Definitely Latin America. I've been there? That's crazy. There's no way. That's so sick. Are we meant to be helping? Sure. Yeah, whatever. I mean, as long as you're not like going on and like finding the place on Google Maps. Although there's a time limit. I don't even know how fast you'd be able to do that. But yeah, feel free. I feel like these traffic cone designs, are those specific to a country? I've definitely seen them in North America. Oh, is that, wait. Uruguay, like Paraguay? Or Uruguay? Okay. We gotta choose at some point. Okay, I saw a Gwei. It's probably a street name. It's probably not the fucking country name, just like plastered on a street sign. But I got nothing else to go on, honestly. The name of the place is written somewhere. I can tell you that. No shot. Really? Oh no. Okay. What is that? Oh god, I have 18 seconds. I'm gonna guess somewhere between Paraguay and Uruguay. We're gonna go right there because I saw Uruguay. Guess. Oh no! Man, my initial thought was Mexico, but I got tripped up by the Gwei. Damn it! Oh, I actually should have known that. I know that the chat noir is from Mexico City. Fuck, I should have actually guessed that. I actually figured that it was more along the lines of like, oh, while I was traveling. Oh, so I got like 2 points. Oh no. Oh no. I guess that's a good point. Maybe I should stop. No worries. The point of this part is not necessarily to be good. It's just having a fun time while we discover interesting places. So we can absolutely we can do all this. I see several words there. I know words in Spanish, but I'm not sure if those are also words in Portuguese. I live like 30 minutes from there. That's crazy. I saw Mexico written somewhere. No. Oh, I missed it. Okay. All right. Let's keep. Nice try. The closer your guess, the better your rewards. Rewards? I don't care about rewards. Okay. Hopefully there's like, it'll like pop us out at some point. Okay. So, first thing, taxi, restaurante. This could be anywhere. The summer begins in Madrid. Okay. I think that tells us some shit. Descalas abierto. Okay. So we got Madrid. We got El Secreto de Carol. Travessia de Arenal. Let's see. Okay, let's really quick. Let's zoom on Madrid. There's no way that we can get that much closer. Travessia de Arenal. Is that like a road? I don't know. Let's see. Okay, let's zoom in and see if we see like a bunch of like Travessia del something. Madrid, Rio de Antonio de Lea. Okay. Maybe not as useful as I thought. Okay. I got 3 minutes. Calais Mayor. Aplauso Spanish shoe store. Nice. I would have guessed Mexico but not because I'm good, because Mexico is the only primary speaking country I know at all. Yeah. Path of the Sand. Let's see. Por favor, please no littering. What else might be able to tell us? Se Alquila Magnifica Vivendia. Is that I kind of recognize Alquila. Is that this? That seems like southeast, or is that say? It's probably say, not southeast. Man, I felt so confident because I binged Madrid so early. I also could have seen that probably. Museo del Jamon. Why do I say Jamon? It's not French. Jamon. Not humble. For rent, magnificent abode. Got it. Yeah, not humble at all. Okay, let's just think about like the street that we're on. It's 2 crossing, very small street. Oh, what the fuck is that over there? Oh, that's like a big square outside a big ass building. Okay. Big square outside a big ass building, but it looks not like a park. That's not a basilica. That looks more like a museum. Plaza Mayor? Maybe Plaza Mayor. Oh fuck. I gotta go. Let's go! Oh my god, we binked it. Oh, that was great. Wait, I want to see the. How do I see the thing? Can I go and see? Is it Visit City? Is that no? No. I mean, this is nice. This is nice, but no. Get me back. Take me back. Oh goodness. Okay, wait. Let's turn on full screen also. Okay. Let's go. We got there. We got there. I don't know. Okay. See, and this is what I'm saying of I should have let it percolate a little bit because I did not look into. I just want to play like classic Geoguessr. But I'm not finding it. What the fuck is all this? I mean, good on Geoguessr for like keeping it fresh, you know? But I would really like to just play regular single player how it used to be. You know what I'm saying? Party? I can invite players. What if I don't? I can't start game. Play with community, make your party public, which we could do eventually. Which I know is what someone in chat really wants, which I am down to do. I just have to. Oh, it's classic maps. It's classic maps. I got it. Visit City takes you to Chicago. It always takes you to Chicago. Everything comes back to us. I have nearly 90 videos in my watch later, and yet I'm here for the stream. Let's go, special. You can always watch those later. Stream is now. Save, set, save. Hell yeah. Okay. So this is classic maps is what I was thinking of. This is what I was thinking of. We're going to do no move. We're going to say no time limit. We're going to say no time limit. I'll pace it myself. It'll be fine. And then we'll play. Yeah, this is just generic world. Uh-oh. Not the best. Oh, wait. Florianweg. Okay. Nimmervoll Bagarguin. Oh no, it's all too blurry. Maybe I should have put move on. I'm not this good. I'm not good enough to take move off. I unironically think I'm going to restart. We're going to restart. We're going to do world again. We're going to put move on. We're going to say move. Single player. No, not default settings. Fuck. Clearly, I did not. See, man, this is just telling me I need to stick to my guns of doing, of testing. Normally, when I come to stream with a stream idea, I've already, play tested it a few times. At least a bit. Let's see. Okay. So we're going up to no time limit, move, pan, zoom, start game. So I'm a little bit more used to how it'll go, but this one where I just wanted to rip and dip before I lost the motivation. Okay. Sun is awfully low and bright. That's also true. I feel like knowing languages would be killer for this game. I know. I agree. Oh, shit. Okay. Which direction is this? So this is, where's north? North is that way. So this is pretty, ooh, the sun isn't quite west. It's a little bit in the south. So we're in the northern hemisphere. Let's think. I mean, this looks very like Montana to me. Oh, never mind. Stensvog. I don't know how to do the double dot O. You know what? This is a learning stream as well. Let's fuck it. O with 2 dots. Pronunciation. I want to know. Oh wait, I can't hear it. that would be required.
German.
Okay. It might be different for other.
You're looking at how to pronounce this German letter. This is the pronunciation of the letter O with an umlaut. So the 2 dots.
Right.
We'll be looking at how to say the other. It does change the
what? Wait, I just want to hear how to say it.
On top of the letter O. It does change the pronunciation. We'll be looking at how to say you. So let's go back to how to pronounce the letter O.
Come on,
with an umlaut on top of it. It is to be said with the sound.
Okay. It is to be said with Oh shit. Wait. Okay. I like the music. We just gotta turn it down a little bit. So it's an Okay. I know, really a pronunciation tease. So Stensvögen. Okay. So this is probably like fucking Denmark or something. Or I mean, in general, I would guess like a Scandinavian country of some kind. What is that? OV. Oh, I feel like this should be useful, but it's not. Wait, let's see. Can we get another look at it? Okay. Whoa, wait. Orbaten Landstrafen? Orbaten? Scandinavia doesn't have an umlaut. Oh, interesting. So this is probably like more like northern Germany. Look, I'm just saying that all the red like panel buildings are giving me are what I picture when I think of like rural Scandinavia. What are the trees? Are these trees? Can they tell us anything? I'm assuming that all of these are like bus stops, right? That's what I'm feeling from this. Germany then? Oh no, Pharaoh's laughing at me. No. I'm so off base. Oh no. What is this? Kvornbakvågen. Vågen. Is Vågen like way? That's what I'm kind of getting from that. I'm looking for anything that could help me place even just the general area. Can't speak to plants. I know. We have accent Marty's retelling. Yeah. Major Germanic again. Danish or Czech? Is Danish? Do the Danes? Is Danish more Germanic than like the Scandinavian ones? I honestly don't know. I don't know a lot. Oh, ha! You can't hide from me forever. Flag. Oh, we're interrupting. I'm sorry. I don't. Uh-oh. Let's see. Oh no, he's still there. No. Okay, so we've got a Sweden. I didn't realize the Swedes had an umlaut. Or maybe it's because it's closer to the bottom. Maybe it's closer to like Copenhagen. That would make sense. The sun isn't too low in the world. I'm less certain about Scandinavia broadly. I know. What country are we in, Plant? Plant, tell me. Tell me what country is. Can we play multiplayer now? No multiplayer this stream. Sorry about that. Let's see. Okay, wait. This is... Wait. Oh, no. Am I going to... Yeah, okay. So there's the border between Denmark and Sweden. I was like, I actually don't know where the border is. But... Okay, I see some umlauts down here, so we're at least kind of in the right place. It's very wet. Although I feel like that's all of Scandinavia. But I also don't see any, like, at least big bodies of water in, like, iShop. There's also a lot of foliage. So, like, a fucking lake could be hiding on the other side of these trees for all I know. Let's see. I'm putting a ban on myself for saying anything right now, but this is funny. Hey, you feel free. Feel free to put a ban, to not put a ban. I said it earlier. This is the competitive integrity is not something I'm overly worried about. What the fuck is that? Is that like a dash cam? What am I looking at here? I'm terrible with flags, but that's obviously the IKEA flag. Agreed. Based. Yeah, it's just all fucking farms, dude. Norrabotten. Okay. I don't feel like I've gotten anything to narrow it down. Stena. Okay, I still don't feel... Maybe Stena's the name of a city. There's no shot, right? But maybe it's possible that it's the name of a city. We're just gonna go out in the wild. What the fuck is... Whoa. What are these islands? I've never noticed that there was like a fucking Cyprus looking ass out here in the middle of the Baltic Sea. I've never noticed this thing on a map. Gotland. Huh. Interesting. Let's see. Yeah, we're just gonna pop it in the middle of southern Sweden. Right there. Whoa. The Wikipedia article on the Scandinavian alphabet is annoying. Starts listing 29 letters, which does not include the umlaut, and then giving umlauted examples. I mean, maybe the umlaut is just an accent mark. It's not, I guess it's on a separate letter, you would say. You know. We did talk about Scandinavian letters the other day. Oh, that's right. It was the A. I remember. The, like, Arion thing. That's Midsummer Country. Lands, whatever's the name of the region. I know. Sweden has a different one from Norway and Denmark. Oh, interesting. That island is a meme in the community. I did not play a lot of CK2. That's true. Oh, it was way further north. Whoa. I was basing that almost entirely on the sun. Damn. That was way further north than I thought. Shit. Okay, but not bad. Not bad. I got about half points. So 2,647 out of 5,000. Hey, at least I got the country right. I don't think that's the Baltic Sea. Baltic Sea. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Unless you thought I was talking about a different island, which is fair. Also, Sweden has some of the most islands of any country in the world. Really? I guess it's like all of these fucking things. This thing that's basically a river delta, but is... Oh my god. I didn't realize that Stockholm was so watery. Interesting. Okay, I'm taking a note. This is what I was talking about. This is the point of this stream. Wait. Where the fuck is my TTRPG vault? Zoop. All right, we're gonna take a note. Do we have daily notes on this? We do. Okay. Islands around Stockholm. Potentially shrunk in scale into a river delta with some Kuatoa? Question mark? Possible. Interesting. Yeah, not even close. Gotland, because of the name of it, also became a meme. You're supposed to start as Gotland and try to get land. I can see that. Yeah. Looks like Fractal Island. I know, it feels like the more I zoom in, the more islands there are. Oh, these two have a bridge. That's so nice. How sweet. They're married. All right, let's see. Next. Okay. Very different vibes already. I'm guessing Southern Hemisphere. Okay. Can't really tell where the sun is. Let's see. Is that... What is that? Is that the Arabic alphabet? Yes. Or that's either Arabic or Hindi. I'm not sure. I'm actually thinking maybe Hindi. Interesting. Yeah, very different vibe immediately. Can we see the sun now? No, still have this weird like light line across the sky. Yeah, I think that's Hindi. That region says, "Hey world, I'm gonna test what your exact definition of island versus river delta." Yeah, my initial read is India, especially with the BHs. School ahead, no honking. Well, that's very English. Also English. They're driving on the right, I think, which I don't know enough to know what that means. Okay, but a lot of English. A lot of English all around. So my feeling is maybe a little bit more South Pacific potentially. Right, this isn't Arabic. This is Hindi, I think. Interesting. I'm pretty sure that side had a Roman B on it and in the middle of all the non-Roman letters. Oh, interesting. Tripura Bahwan. I assume. Yeah. And what kind of cars? I don't know. Why am I looking at the cars? Like I can tell. Let's see. Anything that maybe says Mother Dairy. Right, for sure. Okay, what's up with this sign? Is that India Gate? Or is that Indla? Nope, that's India Gate. Okay, I can feel fairly confident. Sorojan Nagar LG Smriti. India Gate. Now, what could that mean? Although maybe it's the gate to India. We do have to keep that in mind. It might be the gate to India. Wait. So it would be this way. Wait. Ashoka? Police lines? Ashoka. So this is east. So they're saying the India Gate is east. Is this like a... What is this? Hotel Samrat. Big ass hotel. Big ass hotel. Okay. Penshil Marg. Mar. Interesting. How narrow do you want to get? I know. It's gonna be tough. That said Brahmin. Yeah. Guess of Denmark is funny because Denmark is so flat they do not have a lot of foliage. Too much wind. Really? I never thought about it that way, but that's very interesting. That having a lot of foliage would, or having being very flat. That's actually fun fact. In Kansas, where very flat, lots of wind. After the Dust Bowl, one of the rebuilding efforts, one of the public works efforts during the New Deal, was a huge tree planting operation in Kansas. So and just the plains in general. So if you drive through Kansas, you'll see these things that I didn't realize quite how weird they looked and how much they stand out until I heard a friend that wasn't from Kansas comment on them. But as you drive through Kansas, you just see these long rows of trees. They're incredibly common. One tree thick, maybe two trees thick. They stretch for a mile, sometimes multiple miles, of just these long ass rows. A lot of times they'll intersect with other tree rows, and it's all to break up the wind along the plains, to help keep dirt rooted in the ground. Super interesting. I never realized how odd they were until someone commented on them. But yeah, just long rows of trees with otherwise flat ground all around it. All gates lead to India. Show when everything sounds like a proper noun. That's true. Ashoka. True. They have trees, but it's very cultivated. very similar to Kansas. Yeah. I've seen a few videos where specialists are made to play this game, Architecture Botany. It's very eye-opening to see how much people like that can see through their lens. Yeah. Well, and like people that have like one of the most famous Geoguessr players is Rainbolt, and he is so based to me. Hopefully he hasn't said anything terrible now that I say that. I only mean he's based in the way of he got very popular very quick, ostensibly made a lot of money, and he said, I have a fuck ton of money now, more than I've ever had, and I am so interested in the world, and I don't just want to see the world through Geoguessr. And he has basically said, I am going to keep making videos and keep making money, and I will spend that money to travel the world until I cannot anymore. And he's been doing that for like a year and a half, I think, of just like still like making like Geoguessr YouTube videos, other YouTube videos, while like traveling the world, which is like, I don't know, that's so cool to me when he made his, you know, thing based on Geoguessr, to kind of know that it was real. You know, that he was like actually like really interested in the world and like wasn't just doing it as like this, you know, video game mastery thing. He was just legitimately interested in the world. So cool. Fun fact, the city in Kiki's delivery service was inspired by Stockholm. What is Kiki's delivery service? I've not heard of this. See you later, Chat Noir. Have a good one. I've not heard of this. But I'm seeing something pretty new. There's no way that's Delhi, right? There's no way we bink a new Delhi sign. Oh, the foliage. The foliage is is obscuring my view. That looks like Delhi. Oh, fuck yeah. Wait, is that a postcode? Do they have postcodes? They must. So that's New Delhi 110021. So we binked New Delhi. Where is New Delhi? I know where Mumbai is, but I don't know where New Delhi is. We're up there. Okay. So we've got a New Delhi. We've got a New Delhi. Now, 110021, right? Yeah, 11. Oh, no. No. Oh, no. I went too far back. 110021. There's no way that it displays those for me, right? Those numbers. If it displayed those numbers for me on Google Maps, we would be in. Okay. Well, now that we're in New Delhi, we might be able to base it on this Ashoka. Let's see. So New Delhi. What happened to Old Delhi? It's right there. Ashoka. Let's see. Right? It's Ashoka? Yeah, Ashoka. Is there anywhere that says Ashoka that we could zoom in on? I'm not seeing it at the moment, which is not great for me. Let's see. Amazing animated movie. Highly recommended. Very cozy. Interesting. I'm down. I like cozy. I like cozy films. You really are ignorant of pop culture references? Broadly, yes. Kiki's one of the few I know, have watched, and love. I'm trying to think of like anime movies. They're like all the ones that come to the top of my head are like Studio Ghibli, which I feel like is very normie core, but that's fine. I love Studio Ghibli. I don't care about it. Let's see. I'm Australian and everyone lives on the coast. I've only lived inland once for a few months and it was surreal. Made me realize I really need to travel more. It is very weird living on the edge of a lake. Like, it's like, now that I live in Chicago, it's very weird being able to go to a coastline where I can't see the other side. There are no lakes. There are no bodies of water within a day's drive of where I grew up that I couldn't see the other side of. And in Kansas, it's mostly ponds. The Ozarks aren't too far away, which are like actual true lakes. But yeah, Living in Kansas was cool. Designed for a roundable. I see a prominent roundabout on your map. Oh, that's true. Wait. Wait. You see a prominent roundabout? Where? Am I missing it? Or is it more? Is it like this one? You mean? This one doesn't seem right. But I'm also looking for Hotel Samrat. Samrat? Samrat? I don't know. Because that seemed like a big... Oh! Ashok! That's Ashok Vihar. Vihar? But I don't know... Kutalam... Kautla... Mars? Penshil? Marg. But okay, so Penshil, Kautla, and Alaturk. Let's see if those ring any bells on here. I mean, there's this big ass ring road. Let's see. Sector 24. That's fucking intense. What is that? Sector 20. The colony? Sector 7? What is going on here? Okay, I'm not going to look it up now because it might. Whoa, what the fuck is all of this? This looks crazy. Okay, I'm not gonna look it up right now, but this is going on the list. Sanjay Colony. I'm so interested in that. What the heck is that? Dabwa, Sector 49. Whoa. Oh wait, there's a bunch of. Whoa. There's a bunch of like sector type stuff. Huh. It looks like a fucking brain. Like all of these like little pockets with these roads connecting them. That's crazy. Like I wonder what's in between them. Like what all these are these like industrial districts? Are they like just non-arable land? Like I don't know what all this orange is that's like split by these like capillaries here. That's wild. I really want to look into this afterward. Ghibli. Kiki is Ghibli? Ah, there you go. Roundabout is northeast of the words New Delhi. Northeast. Up here-ish? Could be up here. Anand Vihar, Chandara. Yeah, it's all over the place. Are these like... This looks a little bit more like what I would expect. I wonder what all this orange is, though. I don't know Google Maps enough to know, honestly. Panshil. I'm worried that Panshil is like highway or something. And it's just like the highway's that way, you know? Or even like a bus stop or train station. And it is not something I'm going to be able to actually find on the map. But we know we're in New Delhi. I got to remember that. We know we're in New Delhi. That's the International Airport. That's the Rail Museum. That's Lodi Garden. Looking for anything. We have so many words at this point that I feel like I should be able to do this. We have... Okay, right. Ashok. I remember. So... anything around Ashok Vihar. Phase 1, not sector. Unless Ashok is just a generic prefix. True. Mononoke is amazing. Have you seen the Grave of Fireflies? Oh my gosh, I have not. The sector thing seems to be just a quirk of India. Interesting. That's so interesting. I'm gonna look into it afterward. Okay, that's Ashoka Garden. Wait. This seems like maybe we're on the right track. Let's see. Any roundabouts around here? Any hotels? Ashoka, because this is Ashok Vihar. This is Ashoka Garden, which seems very... This is Ashoka police lines. And this is Chan... Oh, what is that? Chan something. So if we can find, like, Chan, if we can find Ashoka police lines, if we can find Quatilia or Panchil, I think we'll be able to get there. Police grounds. Police lines. Wait. Okay. Oh, I bet you can find the hotel. What's the hotel called? Hotel Samrat. Okay. Where is Hotel Samrat? Oh, we're so close. Here. Bharat Street Corner. Did we see that earlier? I feel like we might have. You know, I also don't know what road we're driving on, I just now realized, which might massively assist in this effort. If I knew what road I was on. India Gate, Sarojini Nagar. Okay. This is Mother Dairy. Do you think we'll be able to find Mother Dairy? Carnal Road. Okay. This... Oh? No. Oh, we're so close. I can feel it. I mean, finding the police line over here in Ashoka. Because this is Ashok Vihar. Unless there is a ton of other police grounds running around. But this feels right. Was Gujranwala? I don't think so. Something on the map called the Picnic Hut. Picnic Hut. There's the Buddha Garden. Cafeteria and Co. Maybe it's across this highway? Amira. Colony Park. Sandeep Kumar. Police Colony Model Town? Whoa, what? Model Town 3? Is Model Town, like, is that just like a translation thing, or is it an actual model town? New Delhi Model Town. I'm so interested. Okay. But wait, focus up. We can do this. I feel like we're right here. We're right here. I heard you talking about solo play, but I'm getting ready to play a D&D solo adventure, but I kind of don't get it. It seems more like BG3 and less like actual role play. I mean, you can role play by yourself. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it takes the collaborative nature and, like, you know, bouncing off one another nature of it. But it's still, like, you know, very, very, very doable. I haven't tried it. I know that I want to try it at some point. So I honestly can't give too much advice, honestly. The one I got is called Crystals of Zleth. It's basically a choose your own adventure book with character sheets and dice rolls. Yeah. That's choose your own adventure it seems reasonable, or like a reasonable way to conceptualize a lot of that. But I do know that there are more that are like journaling adventures, which is more of what I'm going to look at, which is much more along the lines of like guided improv, almost more like Mad Libs, where it's like it kind of gives you prompts and then you respond, and based on how you respond, it might affect later stuff. But it also might just not. Oh, wait. Oh, San Mark. Wait, Mark. Wait. We know Marg. Oh, do I know Marg. Okay, Panchil, Nuasta Kamal. Wait. No, I passed it. Okay. So these are all Marg, Saint Kirpal, but we're looking for Panchil. Thekadar. Vijay Nagar. Wait. Nagar. We just had a Nagar back here. Sorojini Nagar. GC Narang. That's not the same thing. Vishvalya Shri Ram. It seems like Marg is probably like road. So it's not as useful as I thought originally. Oh. It has to be like right around here. There's the New Delhi Public Library. What are the police lines? Central Avenue. That feels like what we could be on. Flowers for you. Badminton court. Crispy fried chap. Am I right? Chop. DCP, Sri Kumar, local park. It's gotta be like right around here. Thekadar, Sri Singh. Hudson Lane. Weird to see a random Hudson in all this. Oh man. Delhi Police Go. I feel like we've gotten close enough. Honestly, I think we can just plop it there. I don't think we're gonna get much closer. Oh fuck. I mean, we didn't get it perfect. We were 6.9 miles away. Damn. Okay, I'm glad I gave up because we were not even close. So did they say, oh, there's the Ashok. There's Samrat. Damn it. Where are the police lines? Are there no police lines? My workplace. Don't dox yourself like that, Google Maps. Oh, and there's the roundabout. Although I don't. Oh, and there's a Ashok police line. Damn it. We could have gotten there. That's fine. Yeah. Also, do you have to locate your current location once you've moved or where you started? It is where you started, yeah. The thing about roleplay is it's sort of limited by the options presented, kind of like in BG where you get a limited number of dialogue options. Yes and no. I think it depends on what you want to roleplay. Because, like, for example, I think you are correct, but it also really depends on like what you're going for. It's kind of like, I know G Hercub, you posted the Brennan Lee Mulligan bit about like, why he uses D&D over other examples or over other things, even though he really likes the narrative part of it. And it's like the more mechanics there are, the less flexible the roleplay is going to be, right? Like the more we mechanicize the classes, the more that restricts the class fantasies that they can achieve. To that end, you can still heavily roleplay social without the worry. Do I want it darker? No, lighter. Just maybe a little bit less light. There we go. But you can still like heavily roleplay the all that other stuff. And so again, I'm kind of just speculating here because I haven't actually played one. I will definitely be able to report more once I do. But I think that for those things, it depends on what you're looking to roleplay. From what I understand, solo RPGs and journaling RPGs are supposed to be like a very introspective experience. So you are determining how the adventure affects your character more than anything, like how your character changes throughout the adventure. Again, at least the way that I've conceptualized it. So like that's the role playing part. Is yeah, it's going to take you through kind of a preset experience, but your role play, especially when you have no one else to bounce off of, it's all about how does that experience change you and change your thought process, both the real life person and your character, throughout experiencing those things. Very Golden Fleece coded, like road stories, like planes, trains, and automobiles, right? Like planes, trains, and automobiles is, if you were to try and adopt it into an adventure, it'd be very on rails. It'd be very just like the characters reacting. But how they react is the point, and like how they change. Yeah. I think that's a good way to put it, Shell. They're more writing exercises than anything. They are creative writing, like prompting and stuff. Yeah, if you roll when the answer isn't obvious, it's probably open style. If you roll at very prescribed times, it's probably more closed. Yeah. I'm definitely going to try it. I'm a bit confused by how in character I'm allowed to get. Like, can my character have conversations with NPCs when I, as a DM, don't know everything about them? Saying that their specific book is limited. Yeah, interesting. And that is the thing is I am going again. I don't want take all of my words with a massive grain of salt, because my opinion might change once I directly experience it. But this is how it was presented to me and what like got me interested in the concept as a whole. So yeah, I definitely can't speak for that specific book, especially. I haven't checked out too many of them, just one. It seems to work in terms of if you run a array, roll a dex check. If you succeed, go to page 54. Gotcha. Yeah. I've looked much more into the journaling side of things, whereas that definitely doesn't sound like journaling. That sounds more like more like a flow chart than anything. Yeah. Choose your own adventure. Yeah. So that's. I don't know how much you could really role play that. I'm honestly not sure. And that, to a greater extent, that does sound more comparable to like BG3 or something. Which, your roleplay options are limited in BG3, so that's a fair point. Yeah, I don't know. Which is a good thing I need to maybe look into if I'm going to do it, is looking at different options and styles. But the journaling ones have definitely caught my eye more. Let's see. And as a reminder, if you are just now joining, we are playing a round of Geoguessr, noting down interesting locations that I want to look into afterward. And then we're going to look at those and see if we can turn any of them into potentially like a D&D map. Maybe an arena, maybe a region, something like that. Let's see. What is that sign? That's a street sign. Upland, Bedford. Okay. To me, initial glance, this is very American. I mean, fuck, man. This could be... Oh, are those rock gardens, or are they just dead? I was about to say that this could be fucking Kansas, but no, those are just like short scrub. So this could be Wichita. Although those trees are kind of weirding me out. I can't think of any time I've seen something like this in Kansas. But it's so flat. So I'm feeling like maybe this is like more like a Southwest, like a New Mexico. Where's the sun? Sun is I mean, it's hard to tell because it's nearly right above, but it seems pretty centered. So that would also kind of indicate southwest. Maybe Arizona, maybe New Mexico. Yeah. Especially with all these like little retainer walls. These are very uncommon in like the Midwest. I mean, they definitely exist in certain areas, but definitely not like every fucking house has one. Oh man, how am I going to get to something more identifiable? I've also, oh no, I've made a turn. Wait, let's go back. Let's return to start really quick. And I only want to go like one lateral direction. So I'm going to travel west. And we're going to see what we discover. Looking for like state flags, potentially. What up, Undead King? How you doing? This is quite a concept. It is something. We're going to see how smooth it goes. I am not the best at Geoguessr, but I have fun with it. Oh yeah, this like little like crosshatch style. And like all this wrought iron furniture. I mean, again, definitely exists in the Midwest, but not anywhere what I would call common. Let's see. Bedford Tarleton. Staten Avenue 34. Interesting. Okay. I'm looking for any other tells. Like, what the fuck is that? Can I zoom in on that at all? To see what might be going on with that sign? No, it's gone. Shit. Okay, there might be more shit down there. I can't really tell, but we're gonna see. The drilling style is definitely my jam as well. Yeah. I'm hoping that the DM yourself recommendation sticks. Yeah, I like it. Fuck yeah. Thanks, Jericho. I appreciate it. Let's see. Yeah. Like nothing is drawing me to anywhere in particular. It's just like broadly this entire fucking region. It could be like anywhere in here. I mean, fuck it. It might be northern Mexico for all I know. It probably not with street names like that, but it could be. No sidewalk, big backyards. What makes it look American? Yeah. It's all like it like even like South California. Basically, yeah, what makes it look American to me is the massive yards, the big streets, all these trucks, and then the names of the roads being like very like English coded to me. And this type of lawn is like, I've seen suburbs in other countries, and like, I don't know how to describe it, but there's like a vibe of American lawns that I can't quite articulate. But even in other countries that have like a big single family residence, the lawn just has a different look to it. It has a different feel that I don't know how to describe. But to me, this is very American, and the dead grass is very Southwest. And like those low retaining walls, a lot of the wrought iron, these like really low ranches, like these really low ranch buildings. Yeah. I saw writing in English, bet it's England. England does not have the fucking space to spare. Are you joking? Their island's so small that they became the world's best fucking conquester just to get a little bit more. There's no way they're building this sort of shit. Yeah, lawn in arid area, US. Yeah, kinda. The grass health seems to vary a lot. Yeah, well, I mean, it depends on, especially in some of these places that have, like drought restrictions. Some people, pick and choose how they want to maintain their lawn. It also depends on what like grass you have planted. Some people plant drought-resistant grass, but others do not. I'm feeling not New Mexico, honestly, because of how much grass there is. And these, to me, speak California. I don't know why. I don't know what the fuck these trees are, but they do speak California to me, as well as the grass. California has famously fucked up water rights. And if this was Arizona or New Mexico, I think a lot more of these would be rock gardens. But California's water rights are famously fucked up. So I could see a lot of these places wasting water on lawns. So I'm going to go... Yeah, I'm going to go like somewhere in here, I feel. Like maybe this like Blythe. Maybe this Blythe area. I don't know. I'm just gonna poke around a tiny bit more to see if I can see anything. Hey, we got that Murica, but no state flag. What the fuck? Come on, give me the state flag. No one flies the state flags. They suck. 90% of them suck, at least. At least Chicago has a good flag. Arid ranch house suburbs are a vibe, right? Arid ranch house suburbs just have a really particular feel to them that I don't know what it is, but it's there. It's very, very there. I feel like if I knew more about this region of the US, this might tell me something, like the numbering system, but no. That's a cute little truck. It's so small. It's almost like a fucking K truck. The Ram 1500? I've never even heard of that. That's so responsible. Good for them. Good for them buying the size that they need. That's a real worker. Which actually, okay, unironically, the fact that this truck, I mean, I'm sure that there are plenty of unreasonable trucks in this area, but the fact that this truck actually feels like it was bought by a real person that actually needed it to do actual work leads me towards thinking that this is a small town and not a bigger one. That this might not be a small suburb. This might be more of a just like generalized small town. But I'm also basing that on a single truck. So hard to know. No trespassing is also pretty US. Yeah. The grass is all very even and singular. Yards have different grass species. Something about American lawns are very deliberate. Yeah, they're very manicured in like a very distinct way. Yeah. Obviously, those are tall boy trees. Tall boy. It's probably not Texas. We would have absolutely seen a Texas flag. That's very, very true. Which, you know what? I'll fucking say it. Good for them. They should fly their flag because their flag is fucking cool. I wish that more states had flags as cool as Texas is. But they do not. Most states have very lame flags, which sucks. Okay, all right. So definitely, I mean, if this is California, definitely rural. Definitely rural. Let's see. Yeah, I'm sticking with this. I'm sticking with this Blythe. On the California Arizona border. Is Chicago a state? I thought it was a city. It is a city, but it has a rockin' flag. It has such a good fucking flag. Most cities also have sucky flags, but the Chicago flag rules. It is one, you can even see it on this Google search, but it's incredibly flexible. It is immediately recognizable even if you rearrange the symbols and change all the colors. You can still understand. You see 2 stripes and 4 stars, and you pretty much know that it's Chicago. Yeah, the Chicago flag rules. I really, really want more Chicago flags in my home, but I don't like buying merch. I feel like it's a waste of money most of the time. But I love the Chicago flag. I loved it before I moved here. The Kansas City flag is big fine. This is the Kansas flag. It sucks. This was the flag that Kansas City voted on and approved, and then they fucking got rid of it. I'm so mad. This is such a cool flag. It's a little complicated. These are very thin lines, so it's a little complex. But I love this for Kansas City. It's the city of fountains. And I would love this for a new Kansas flag. This is awesome. But the current Kansas City flag, and you're gonna see this all over the place, but it's not the actual Kansas City flag. It got rejected. I don't know where the actual one is. This one actually might be it. I don't remember. Anyways, I'm not that into flags, but I do travel. I do occasionally dip into the what's the word? The veristological spaces. What the fuck is that? That's a sports team. Oh no. If only I knew sports, this would probably be a huge giveaway. Fuck. Is it the Mustangs? Ugh, I don't know. Fuck. Denver Broncos? No. That's not a Bronco, that's a horse. Is a Bronco a horse? I figured a Bronco was like a cow or like a bull. Oh, I'm only gonna get these. What is a Bronco? What is a Bronco? A Bronco's a horse? That's crazy. I didn't know that. I thought it was like a bull. I knew Mustangs were horses. Interesting. It would be a lot easier if you could see car's license plate. For obvious reasons, you can't. It would be a lot easier. It would be a lot easier. Okay, so fuck. This might be... I mean, it's on the fucking street. It might be like Southern Plains, Colorado. Interesting. Yeah, it might be on this 160 belt. They have a Branson in Colorado? That's weird. To be fair, California is very red by geography. Yes. So that's why I'm saying if it's California, it's rural. Because, yeah, rural California is very red. How come cities have flags? Is it like a coat of arms? I mean, I think, I think coat of arms is go on flags. And flags are just, I don't know. They're for recognizability, something to rally around. For example, because Kansas City's flag is not very well known, most of the city rallies, when you buy Kansas City merch, it is almost always a sports team. So it's Chiefs merch or Royals merch or KC Sporting merch. But if you buy Chicago merch, it is actually Chicago merch. It's the Chicago flag. So it gives a thing to rally around for the population that is not related to anything besides the location itself. You know, I mean, it's why countries have flags and similar thing. Since we're getting about geography, about everything else on Geoguessr, California is a very valid guess. Yeah, true. Bronco. The one American sport thing I know. That's the one? Are the Broncos good? I don't know anything about football. I'm a level with you guys. I got no knowledge in this area. Denver. It's mostly an SUV according to Google. It's on the streets, definitely local. Yeah. Let's see. So this looks more like a township, which is not what that other place was giving me. It might be more in this region. I'm going to clock it at Roberta. And we're going to call it. Oh, wait, that's not even close. Fuck. I started popping off like it was actually close. It was nowhere near. Damn, we're in Midland, Texas. I mean, I say that like Midland's a big city. It's not. We're in Texas and we didn't see a single Texas flag. And frankly, we didn't see more Trump flags. That's wild. That's actually, I'm gobsmacked, I might say. I'm gobsmacked. That was crazy. Here, countries and cities have coats of arms, but never seen them on flags. Oh, that is interesting. They have coats of arms, but they're not on flags. Is the Madrid one not on? Wait. Madrid flag. The flag of the community. Okay, so this is the city of Madrid. Is this Madrid's coat of arms? So it looks like... So I see what you're saying. It looks like they just grab the coat of arms and pop it on a field. And then this is the actual Spanish flag, which is actually kind of similar. It's like a coat of arms on, at least it has like stripes. Interesting. Yeah, that is an interesting cultural difference. I mean, I guess like Kansas's flag is kind of similar. Kansas flag. Like, it's not a coat of arms. We call it a seal. But, like, this is what the Kansas flag looks like. It's not too different from the coat of arms, you know, sort of situation. But they call that, what's it called? It's called, like, seal on field. Or seal on... There's some derogatory, veritological name for it. Because these suck. But yeah, so it seems like there's some similar vibes, but... Yeah. Interesting. Why the balls is a Denver sporting team thing paid on the Texas street? That must be their home address, and they must be super into the Broncos. Yeah, Bronco symbol, but not a Lone Star. A Lone Star nowhere in Texas is crazy. And one Trump flag? We went down a lot of streets. What are these bollards? These bollards seem like something that might tell me something if I knew something. Right side of the street, okay. Electrotechnic Meyer. Huh. Electrotechnic gives me like Slavic feels? Kirchstraub one. Strayerberg. Maybe German. Maybe German. Do Germans drive on the right? I thought they drove on the left. I've never driven in Germany. I don't know. Germany. DE is a German extension. Oh, for Deutschland? Wait, where did it even say the DE? Did I just miss that? Oh my God, that's a web address. Of course it's German. Okay, so we got the country down. Now, let's try to find anything that might tell us anything else. Reese. Okay, looks like a small town, but Germany's not that big. Well, I say that. It's not that big in my America brain, but it is probably like looking through Texas and trying to find a specific town, which is gonna be tough. Let's just see if it catches our eye. An R. We're looking for an R. Reese. There's no way we just come to it, right? There's no way. Regan, not Reese. Wait, where is Reese still here? Where'd it go? Did I imagine it? Did it disappear? Hello? What? Where is it? Is that? Aha! Okay. Reese. Almost everyone drives on the right. Left is basically only England and a few of their old colonies. Really? Interesting. I didn't know that. I thought that was a American metric, not using the metric system situation. Interesting. I didn't know that that most people drove on the right. Rehow. I feel like we can just find it. You know what I'm saying? Although I get it does depend on how big it is, but I feel like we're zoomed in enough to where it would come up. Dresden. Reese. This place is kind of cool. What is all this? Oh, this is... What is this? Hoyerswerda? Hoyerswerda? Wait. That kind of gives me an idea. Wait. Hoyerswerda. The W is V, right? Is a V. Hoyerswerda. Hoyerswerda in Germany, I should specify. In Germany. I'm kind of feeling like an almost Roman Colosseum when they used to flood it sort of combat. The white and tan areas probably aren't mountains, but we could make it so. And then have the large bodies of water connected by underground springs and rivers. Combat features something, or maybe plural, some things maybe, like water elementals that can teleport through water, or just travel fast, Focus on playing around line of sight and height advantage. Party has to, maybe not cross, has to reach an objective in the middle of the map itself, then escape. Maybe enemies respawn or something similar. That's the one that's given me the most complete idea. I don't know why this area just spoke to me like that, but it did. It definitely did. Also, as we zoom in, I'm realizing that Reese is probably not going to just come up. Oh no. Yeah. This is what I'm thinking of. I think it could be cool. I think that could be interesting. Asian countries tend to drive on the left. Interesting. The road situation is the UK's version of American exceptionalism. Got it. That's funny. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna find Reese. Reese seems too small. So let's keep going and see if there's like a regional marker or something that we can use to maybe determine to narrow our search down a bit. Oh yeah, this is like a township. Oh yeah, we were never gonna find this. Grim. What is that? Westbio? Dude, I just keep reading Westboro. Westerbio Gemus? Okay, wait. That's something right there. Wait. Right there. Can I get a side angle that's a little bit more detailed? Yes, I can. Steyerberg. Also Steyerberg. Is that all Steyerberg? Is that what I'm gathering from this? Okay. I guess let's look for Steyerberg. Like, that to me is like all of this way is Steyerberg. But that feels like if it's on a sign like that, maybe a little bit bigger. Is there any way that we can find it here? Steyerberg spaced. Okay, one zoom in. These are a lot of bergs over here. There's probably bergs all across the country. Steyerberg. Sonneberg. It doesn't say Sonneberg, right? No, it's all Steyerberg. That's Nuremberg. Steyerberg. Regensburg. Is Berg just like town? It probably is, ain't it? Yeah, I don't think this is gonna give me much. Damn. You can go 10 to Steyerberg, 15 to Steyerberg, 17. Oh, those are. I see. I thought those were mile markers. So I was like, it's just giving you the man, dude, the American car rotted brain, right? I was like, oh yeah, that's the number of miles that you would need to drive to get to Steyerberg, or in this case, kilometers. But it's saying you can take any of these lines to get there. That makes way more sense. Oh no. In Norwegian, berg means small mountain? Oh. Small mountain. Interesting. Big ol' windmill field. Let's see, probably stop numbers or transfer numbers. Or lines that stop there. Also, that's what I was thinking when you said that. When you were like public transit, I was like, oh yeah, maybe lines that stop there. So we've got Reese and Steyerberg. Steyerberg. But we're not getting a whole lot else. I do kind of like this as a vibe. Wait a second. Maybe not. I might take a little bit of a detour and go over towards those windmills. Because Kansas has a lot of windmills, especially out in the western part. But I'm curious as to how they're integrated into the scenery. Because windmills are always like, I don't want to say, I mean, you know, they're always controversial with a certain set of people. But beyond that, they are often controversial with like locals because they're really fucking loud. So a lot of times you see them just out in the middle of nowhere, like not even like townhouse, like not even farmhouses nearby. Okay, so there's Steyerberg, OST. Kirchdorf Stolzenau. Any chance that Kirchdorf and or Stolzenau, I mean, it's probably still going to be small, but any chance that it's big enough? You know, I didn't even look at the sun, but I also think it's way too cloudy. I mean, we know we're in Germany. I don't think it's going to tell us much about where in Germany. Let's see. Kirchdorf. I didn't realize Hamburg was so far north. Interesting. I don't know. I picture it like right in the middle for some reason. Oh, I don't think we're going to find it. There's so many little towns. So many. I don't. Oof. Kirkdorf. The wind farm might be visible on the map if that's not a common thing. I gotta imagine. I mean, I guess I actually don't know how windy Germany is. Honestly. But I kind of feel like it's probably not windy, or it's probably not a interesting enough to warrant map placement. Yeah, I don't see anything. I just assumed it was a number allocated to the bus line. You know, like you take the 945 to go XYZ. I think that might have been it. It could have been a lot of things, honestly. It seems like very much like a local transit thing. Huge problem here, where they're being built on indigenous land. Honestly, shameful. That is an area that I like in general, like indigenous relations is an area that I know unfortunately little about. Like I feel enough to, or I know enough to feel like I can operate or like behave generally ethically, but I don't know enough to like talk about it confidently and competently. But I mean, obviously, America, not an amazing track record with that sort of thing. And we still have all sorts of issues with it. Yeah. I wonder if this is the way to the windmills. Oh, it is. Yeah, they look to be out on like very, 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 very yeah, basically like nothing land. That makes sense. Yeah, it's a weird. It's not as much of an issue in Kansas, but I know it's much more. Oh, what is that? Wait. I know it's much more of an issue in like Texas that is more densely populated than Kansas, but could definitely use the windmills. It's much more of an issue because they kind of just have to be built closer to population centers, like just relatively. And the noise is a non-negligible factor. I've been by them. How far away are windmills audible from? If they're, I hear they are loud, but to my memory, I've never seen one in person. They're pretty fucking loud. It depends on how fast they're going. But it is like, I'm trying to think. The only time I've ever been to one, it's been pretty close up. And so I don't know the exact details of like how far away it's audible. You know what? Hey, fuck it. Let's learn. Let's learn together. How far away is a wind? I think turbine is probably going to be better. How far away can wind turbines be heard? 300 meters. Okay, but what about in freedom units? This means nothing to me. Let's see. What is that, like 900 feet? 300 meters to feet. That's 900? 984. Fuck, I don't even know how much that is in miles. Oh, fuck. About a 20th of a mile. 20th of a mile. I have to have it in all my freedom units. You don't understand. Yeah. So, not that far away, really, but far enough to be very annoying. If you are too close. It says 40. Oh, so they're still at 35 to 45 decibels, which is right in between like whisper and speech range. The problem is when you have a whole field of them, that noise compounds. I want to let me make my let my opinions be known. Very in favor of renewable energy, very in favor of wind turbines. But you know, you can't ignore the things that are wrong with them, or not even the things that are wrong with them, the things that are potentially problematic. Coal plants are also fucking loud. Who could have guessed? So, but yeah, I know that's a thing. Our own court system ruled it a violation of their human rights. Jesus, that's crazy. It's messing with the reindeer herds. They're too disruptive. That is okay. So beyond like just people being annoyed, that is also a very legitimate concern about wind turbines, especially since they're built so far out from cities, compared to something like a coal plant, is that they introduce a large source of noise, and they disrupt wind patterns and smell patterns. And can be very disruptive to wildlife. But also, at least in Kansas, I don't know about other states, you have to get like a whole ecological survey done before you put them in to study what the impact will be if you put them in. So there are like protections against that sort of thing. Yeah. Sort of big picture issue is that they don't really have representation of government or voting power, so really easy to dump things on. Yeah. NIMBYs effectively go after the indigenous population by... yeah, a bit, yeah. I live near tons of massive windmills, Lamau. They're also very often in windy areas, so it's hard to notice. That is also true. So it's like, if they're also already in a windy area where you're already used to the wind being loud, it's harder to notice. That's very true. It would be hilarious if they were called freedom units. Freedom feet? Fuck yeah. Yeah, there are good faith arguments and conversations to be had about renewable energy. I get really annoyed with bad faith arguments. Yeah, absolutely. It's like, yeah. When I got very annoyed. There was a big like grid-wide blackout in Texas, because they like I think it's happened like 2 years in a row, like 2 winters in a row. And a lot of the blame was put on windmills that froze during the inclement winter weather. And I got very annoyed by that because at the time, Kansas was having worse inclement winter weather, and our windmills were chugging right along because they are very well maintained and precautions are taken against the winter weather, because windmills have been such a core part of like Kansas power generation, especially in the West, for a long time. So they know how to maintain and like Kansas gets bad winter weather. So that really that sort of bugged me. But yeah, they're absolutely, I never, but I also get annoyed with like staunch defenders that pretend that there's nothing wrong with them. They're also like really big, like they do take up a lot of really scarce natural materials, even though they're not fossil fuels. And they're, I think, impossible to recycle or nearly impossible to recycle. So like when you have to decommission a wind turbine, they just sit in a graveyard somewhere. But I am still a firm believer that all of those costs outweigh or are weighed out by the benefits. But those costs exist. To paraphrase Greta Thunberg, green energy should be on the cost of humans' way of life. Up here, they live or shouldn't be at the cost of human ways of life. Yeah. But it shouldn't be at that cost. But it is, I think that people, and this is why, this again, like the arguments are nuanced, because I think a NIMBY, which I don't even know what NIMBY actually stands for, and I also don't know if it's just an American thing, NIMBY, but I know what it means. What is it? Not in my backyard. Yeah, that's a NIMBY. Not in my backyard. The NIMBYs will take that quote and use it for the hearing argument, like the noise pollution, and not, the rights of indigenous peoples and land rights. which is why it's so hard to talk about it in a nuanced way because people will make bad faith representations of it. Is this Geoguessr? It is. It is. we're supposed to be playing Geoguessr at least. I get distracted. Texas privatized their energy system. It's the only states to have done so. I don't even. Yeah. Before I switched to computer science, I was in computer engineering, and I was planning on specializing in power grids. And Texas makes me mad, because that's not how you manage a power grid. But anyways. Yeah, solar panels are bad from the recycling initial materials aspect. Yeah, same thing with batteries. Batteries use cobalt, which is very scarce. But these are the conversations we should be having. We should be doing studies into confirming that those are better than burning fossil fuels, which all initial studies suggest that they are. But we just need to do more research and not shut it down based on those things. I thought it was an organized group of federal department. NIMBYs? No, NIMBYs are... It's a derogatory term. Okay, wait. That's Nuremberg right there. I think, right? Do you think that blurry word right there is Nuremberg? I feel like it is. Root Mittelwasser. And then it goes down this way, down to where we assumingly are. So if we go down, let's see. If we assume that this is Nuremberg, we go kind of out, maybe to Regensburg and down. Oh, but they didn't mark Munich, so maybe it's a little bit shorter. Down to here-ish? Let's see, do we see anything that Sadeldorf? That wasn't one that we saw, right? Norsheim. Oh, God. Oh, no. All of these names that look so similar to me, but I know are probably very distinguishable to someone who speaks the language. I feel like it's gonna be somewhere in here. Rottendorf. Wait, was Rottersdorf? No, I don't think so. Oh, I feel like we made a discovery. And I don't want to give it up. But I don't know if I can get that much closer. I also don't actually know if it's Nuremberg or not, because we're too far away. Let me see. There's no... Yeah, that's not clearer. Yeah. And figure out how to move energy over long distances. That would solve so much. I mean, and that's... I honestly think that the US's interconnect system is pretty fucking good. It has substantial problems, but the eastern and western interconnects have been invested into heavily. They're managed pretty well most of the time. And Texas just says no because they don't wanna. And that's why massive statewide power outages are pretty fucking rare in the rest of the country. We have localized power outages a lot of the times. But statewide or really, really large ones are relatively rare. Because the eastern and western interconnects are fairly competently run from what I know. I studied it for a little bit. I'm nowhere near an expert. So don't take my word for it. Yeah. Looks like there's a little river. Oh, was there? Oh, that's a great point. If we could narrow out a river. Oh, you're so right. Is there a river that goes by Nuremberg? There's not. There's not a river that goes by Nuremberg. So that's probably not Nuremberg on the map then. So it's something else. It's something. I feel like that's Berg at the end, but it maybe Hamburg. Where you're so spot on about the river though. That river's a great find. Maybe this is the border with Poland, this black line? Is that possible? And so then there's like a bend there? No. That they would note Berlin on the map, surely. Surely. Oh, where could this be? That's Dresden. I'm looking for a Berg. A big Berg with, ooh, what are you? Wait. Okay, kind of comes from up north. Makes a bit of a cut over here. And then does it go south? Kinda. Okay. This might, and it's by Regensburg, which maybe that could be. And then if we follow it, oh, it goes into Ingolstadt. So wait. So going from Regensburg, and then it dips down south, and then we keep following it this way, and this is where we are. Energy Entdecker Route Mittelweiser. It's like middle of, maybe? Oh, but we didn't see, it doesn't go south enough unless it's, no. Oh, I can feel it. Maybe Augsburg? Is there a river? Okay. Wait. Okay, Augsburg. No, this river doesn't look right at all. Yeah, that just goes down to like a lake down there. Fuck. Oh, we can do it. I feel it. I feel it in my heart. I feel it in my soul. That goes the wrong direction. It's Germany? Yeah. We saw a business truck. Are you trying to get a country or specific area? Yeah, in theory, it's as close as possible. But if I feel like we're just banging our head against the wall, I'll stop. But also, I'm not known for having a good read on when to stop, so may take a little bit longer than it should. Maybe there is a river in Hamburg that makes sense? No. Damn it. Okay. We've been drawn towards the Nuremberg area many times. So unless I find something like right now. What is that? Ooh, that's pretty. I like that. I also just like looking at maps. So that helps. Let's see. Yeah, I've been drawn towards Nuremberg so many times that I feel like at this point it is probably I'm just gonna call it somewhere in there. We're gonna go there. Boop. Oh no! Damn it. Oh, Nienberg. Oh, and it has the exact right shape. Who said the river? Crocheting Savvy, you were spot on. I just couldn't find it. Oh, I wasn't quite zoomed in enough and I didn't notice. If I'd been a little bit more zoomed in when I was looking at Bremen, I could have gotten there. Damn. Damn. We were close though. I mean, hey, we still got 38. That's not bad. To be fair, Germany is huge. Yeah, true. Yeah, does Mittelweiser mean like Midwest? Maybe. It could have, which is why I maybe kind of, well, I guess West. Damn. Mittelweiser. Yeah, it's probably, maybe it might be the company, might be the region. 9. West is Western. Oh yeah, could have. I mean, I guess it is Western. Damn. All right, this is round 5, last one, and then we go to the notes. Ooh, this is the first one that I'm kind of vibing with for a potential battle map. Like, I'm seeing like 3 regions, like 3 like very easily like distinguishable regions of like this like fucking compound up here, this wilderness area with a lot of like stealth opportunities, maybe some exploration opportunities, and then this very clear actual like path upward. Maybe it's trapped, maybe it's guarded. And then we could maybe raise these like little stick bollards to like an actual wall. Yeah, this is the first one that's given me real like instant battle map feels. Okay, I'm just gonna write that down really quick. Round 5 start location. Big battle map feels. Okay. Yeah. Very military or training camp vibes. I was almost thinking like it looks like prepper. Like a rich asshole who like bought a bunch of land out in the desert. Or potentially a visitor center for like a protected area of land? I don't know. I can't really, I'm not catching like an instant like vibe off of this. Can I see what's on that? No, it does look like, look at this kind of like green outline. This is like very like national park to me, or like, you know, small area of protected land. So this might be like a visitor center almost. Yeah, very sandy soil. The sandy soil is interesting. Which I don't even know what that would imply. I don't know enough about, like, hydrology to know exactly what that even implies. Sign on that trail does say park. I couldn't see what was on the sign. Is it? Oh, wait. Right here. What's this? Woolston Conference Center, Woolston Theological College, Anglican Schools Commission. Aha! It is a compound. So it's a campus, it seems. And that's what I would. Yeah. It's either their offices or part of their campus. But it's very American Southwest. I don't know what all these little guys are. This must be like a gardening technique to like wrap. What is that material? Like, it almost looks like cellophane. Interesting. Welcome to Wollaston. Entry, Anglican Church. Huh. England Northeast? You know, I would have thought Northeast, if not, well, I don't know. All the vegetation, to me, says west. Although, maybe northwest. Maybe I was a little... well, actually, no. This grass is kind of northeast, ain't it? This weeding grass. with the sand. I don't know. Like almost like Maine. Maybe a classy Maine. Wollaston. You know, maybe. I mean, the Anglican Church is pretty big. Maybe it'll just like fucking have it. Wollaston. You know, even though it's super fucking small, maybe it'll have it because of like, you know, people like go to college there and shit. Belfast, Greenville, Jackman. But we also have this proximity maybe up in here. Because this is still part of, I think, the Appalachian Trail. Right? Yeah. This is still part of the Appalachian Trail. So that could be why there's protected land nearby. New Portland, Madrid. It's Madrid Part 2. That would be very funny to make a themed map that's like Madrids across the world, and none of them are in Spain. Oh yeah, there's Stockholm. Okay, maybe we can get a few other hints before we look too hard. Hydrant booster. What is that? Nothing, I think. They're trees. I know, the plants don't look northern. Like, I don't know. I'm having trouble pinning down the ecology. Because it does feel generally southern to me. But also some parts of the Northeast kind of look like this. Rockdale. Anglican schools. It's Wollaston, right? Wollaston and Rockdale. But Rockdale with a CH. Rock. Let's see. I mean, we have no idea if Rockdale is a big town or not. Because that is kind of... Oh, there's Rockland, but not Rockdale. Rochdale? I'm not going to call it Rochdale. That sounds stupid. And I'm pretty sure this is America, so I don't feel bad. Let's see. There's Portland. No, I'm not seeing a Rockdale. I'm seeing a Rockwood. Rockdale is in the UK. Australia is totally possible. I'm seeing Australia, UK. That could be true. It's so funny. I just think of like big religious institutions like that being an American thing, but this does kind of feel potentially UK. Actually, wait. We can confirm. Driving on the left can't be America. Do Aussies drive on the left or the right? Colonial New Rockdale? Australia? Do Australians drive on the left? Because I do see what you're saying. It's both hot, but it's also this like kind of shrub, sandy vibe. Oh, Australians are on the left, so we can't confirm. But they probably do have like New Rockdale. So let's check out the UK one first. No through road. Oh yeah, I should have known. Look at that sign. Yeah. And Wollaston. Rockdale. Where is Rockdale? Rochdale. I don't know where Rockdale is. There's Plymouth. As in the Rock? I know, not as in the Rock. Different one. Bournemouth. Which hemisphere are you in? True! Wait. Actually, hemisphere would tell us so much. So the sun is very decidedly in the north. So it's Australia! Oh, good thinking, chat. That was great. Okay. So, Rockdale, Wollaston, Rockdale. Oh, no, I'm not going to try to do. My Australian accent is not there. Rockdale and, what is it, Wollington? Woolsworth? No. Woolsworth's a grocery. Wollaston. Okay, Rockdale and Wollaston. Man, if I could cut down which side of Canada I was on, or not Canada, Australia, I was on, it would help a lot. Okay, there's Brisbane. Wollongong. Wollongong? That's a mouthful. Let's see. Rockdale. I feel like, Rochester. I don't know why I get excited. My brain tells me that things named similar things are going to be close to each other when the opposite is probably more likely. It's probably, if Rochester is right there, Rockdale is probably going to be further away. Or there'll just be no correlation whatsoever. I think it's a C as in Charlie. Rochdale? Ew. I don't like that name. I still think west. So west side? I'll believe you. I'll believe you on that. I do not know a lot about where things would be. Rochdale is the road name. You're so right. It is the road name. Oh no, I've been wasting all this time. But we can still find Wollaston, theoretically. And it's the Anglican College. Wollaston. Rochdale. Too dry for New Zealand. New Zealand is very green. It does appear very dry, very sandy. Very, very. Okay, there's some shit over there. Let's go take a look. The shit over there might help. Wait, what? Oh, what's that sign? Keep left. Got it. The Shire. Way too sunny. Like around Perth? Where's Perth? Perth. Okay. I mean, a lot of colleges are going to be adjacent to larger city centers. You know, even if they're like smaller religious colleges, they're still going to be at least somewhat adjacent to city centers. So, or population centers, I should say. There's York. Not seeing any Wollaston. Let's keep going. If we get a sign for what all these lights up here are, that might tell us something. Whoa. The truck came back on a different day. McClemens. Okay, where's like a city limit sign? Do they do city limit signs in Australia? That's like a thing. Is like, you are now entering blah blah blah. You know? Do they do that? That's a no. That was a no entry, I think. Okay. Oh, what's that? Ah! It's Perth. Subiaco. What is Subiaco? Subiacio? Is that like suburb? That doesn't feel right. But it's 65. Wait, let's find 65 from Perth. You were right, maybe. It seems like it. We just have to find 65. I don't know how they organize their fucking highways. 60. There's 60. 56. We're straddling 65. Maybe it turns into 65 further north? That's 60 all the way up. And then it turns into 116, so that's not what we're looking for. 65. Subiaco, Perth. Let's see. Okay, let's zoom in a bit. Zoom in a skosh. I feel like it would be near 60, but maybe that's a bad assumption. Let's see. Let's just kind of take a look around the exterior. Shit. Oh, 65. Subiaco. Oh, we're there. Okay. So let's follow it. So it go, and there's HBF, which is, I'm assuming, 1 kilometer away. So if we follow that, Kings Park and Botanic Garden? Is that what we were in? It like wasn't outside the city at all? Or do we keep following 65? And we maybe get out of the city a little bit. Oh, no, that's St. Mary's Cathedral. That's not what we're looking for. But this I feel like we're on to something. This all feels way too in the city, though, right? Office word Subiaco. Looks like it's also near a stadium. I know. Well, and we found HBF. What's that? Oh, Wollaston! Let's go! Easy! Okay, we got there. With a little help from chat along the way, we get there. Dude, I would have never thought that was a park. I thought we were well outside of city limits. I did not. That's like dead center of Perth. What the? Oh my gosh, what a bait. I was out here looking in the wilderness this whole time when it's like almost a dead center Perth. That's crazy. What a bait. What a bait. They got us there, though. So it's Wollaston Theological College in Perth. Wollaston Theological College, Perth. Okay. And I want to make it clear, if I do make a battle map, I am not saying that we should do battle at this college. I will be adapting it. I will just be using the layout. At least it explains the sandy soil. It does indeed. All right, view results. Breakdown? Okay, pretty good. We got a really decent guess in India. Got a great guess in Perth. Worst one was our Sweden guess, because their country's too damn long. And then Germany and the US were kind of similar. There you go. Okay. Australian trees are very distinct in a way I can't put my finger on. They are kind of distinct, aren't they? They are kind of distinct. Which is why maybe I was like looking around and I was like, at first I said southeast and then it was north or southwest and then it's northeast. It's like nowhere in America really looks like this. But that makes perfect sense because we're not in America. Okay. Wait. So we definitely want to go there. Where were the other ones that we took notes on? So Sanjay, islands around Stockholm. Okay, we'll just pull these up separate. The Sweden part was very funny. I'm glad it was entertaining. Okay, so I'm gonna swap inputs really quick. And by swap, I mean add. So that y'all can see it. We're going to do auto magic. We're going to do that. And we're going to say okay. Hey, look at that. It's the tablet. Woo! All right. Let's do it. Are you going to do more Geoguessr today? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. It'll depend on how long making the map takes, how well it goes. Maybe more Geoguessr today, but I would if I was a betting man, which I'm generally not, I would say probably not. But you never know. Okay. So, we've got... Oh, wait, is that on cam? I don't want... Wait, what happened to my camera? I didn't realize that I'd blocked my entire face with it, lol. At least you can still hear me. Okay. I mean, this one honestly seems the easiest. It's the one that I had the most immediate inspiration on. So let's take a look. Let's create a new drawing. And let's go on to Wollaston. And we are going to... I'm going to separate this a little bit. We'll make it... little bit smaller, and we're gonna put it like up there-ish. And then we're also gonna make that a little bit smaller. Yeah, I mean, it's not the best view, but you know, you guys will be able to kind of see when I'm talking. And then we can just toggle the tablet off and on. Actually, maybe that's just better. Maybe I keep them both full screen and I just toggle the tablet off and on. I think that makes more sense. Okay, so let's see first. So I don't know if we'll be able to get an actual bird's eye view of this because the like satellite above view didn't seem super, or the above view didn't seem super helpful, but I wonder. Okay. Yeah. This is perfect. Okay. So first, let's just grab some screenshots at some various zoom levels. So we'll take screenshot there. Copy that in. We'll take a screenshot here. Grab that in. And I think that's probably good from that angle. And then we'll drop down in and get like a vibe check. Oh, what the heck? Wait, this isn't Street View. Where's Street View? What the heck? Where am I? I don't want... What? Who's this? Who are you? No, let me out. Let me go. Where have you taken me? Take me back. They abducted me. Let's see. Okay. So we're going to go all the way into right where we started, like right here. And just keep it up for reference. We don't even actually need to do anything. Also, I think this is a different satellite view than Geoguessr had. This is like a different set of pictures. Interesting. Okay. What is that? Unit 5.5. Oh, they added... These are like, actually, it seems like higher def pictures. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So now... Boop. Okay. So the thing that, like, very first instantly attracted me was this kind of separation. Oh, the white is not a good color for that. All right, we live and learn. And so let's see. We're gonna go with red. So I'm seeing this. I mean, this kind of looks. I think we could make like a castle almost out of this. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of getting castle almost. And then there's a path in that sort of peters out, but is a little bit more solid down to there. And then we have all of this wilderness potentially with some other paths and zones through it. Yeah, see, and then there's even like kind of another distinction down there that kind of wraps it out. And then we have kind of a little dotted line going over to there. You see what I'm saying? It's very... I mean, there's a reason that we came into the map and I immediately said compound. So, let's zoom in a little bit. So, yeah. So there's an access right here that is kind of cut off right there. So it goes like that, and then like that, and then we have this, because this house is kind of cut off. Then we have entry points there, and an entry point there. I'm going to make those different colors. The line's also a little thick, but I think it's just because we're so zoomed in. Actually, wait, better way to do this. Hey, we got to think with portals right now. Instead of zooming in like crazy, let's just make the picture bigger. We have the tools. We have the technology to just make it a little bit bigger. And we can keep playing the Geoguessr music in the background. It sounds nice. Okay. So now... yeah, so there's this. There's an entry there. Another separation. Entry over there. And then a little bit until it gets cut off. And then we have just kind of a solid line down to there. And this is kind of spilling into the open. We don't really have to worry about it anymore. Or actually, I won't even draw that. Then we have this area like that. I wonder if I should consider this part of it. Maybe something like that. Kind of circles around to there. And then we have, let me go back to the actual satellite view. Let's see. How do I open a new tab? Probably just open the address, yeah. Let's see. So we're on Wollaston. We go to Wollaston again, like that. Oh, wait, this is the actual picture. Okay. So I'll just keep that one up, and I'll figure out how to put this one into satellite. There we go. Okay. So there's... oh, wait. Satellite is insisting that there is a road here, which I guess makes sense with what we saw, actually. Yeah, there's a path. What am I talking about? But blocked off. Controlled entry. So... let's make that a different color. For an... oh, no! I have to lock it in place first. Oh, God, it always does this. No, I can't get the lock. Okay. We gotta take it onto a bigger res screen to get the lock. I don't know why. It doesn't like it on the tablet. Okay. And then I'll put the tablet back up and just tell me if I forget to switch the tablet or something. Okay. So now that that's locked, we're going to erase that right there. And this is just barred entry. Which actually does make me want to make everything else in white. Because barred entry would be like an obstacle. Okay, we'll do it in white. We'll just make it a little bit thicker. That way it's a little bit easier to see. So, do that in white. Do that. Okay, yeah. And if I make it like thick-ish lines, it'll be good. So that goes through there. That goes to there. And then this a little bit more. And then we have kind of a circling around sort of situation. Right. Yep. Perfect. And then on the other side, we also have it going all the way down there. Follow the road a little bit better. All the way down to there. And then within the actual compound, we have a road that very gently follows like that. It does seem like. Kind of around the perimeter, kind of a little bit of a ring road. And then we have actual interior buildings. We have one kind of there. We have one there. This one's a little bit bigger. So we'll put that like that. And that like that. And then we have a big building right there. Maybe like a guardhouse or something. Another building there. And last building here. Maybe horse stable or something. Then we have all of this just kind of naked land around it, but still pretty within the compound. Okay. And then we'll go back to red. What up, Ross? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. And for anyone just joining, especially now that we've transitioned what we're doing, we just finished playing a full game of Geoguessr, which gave us, hopefully, some ideas. So this was one of the places that it placed me in Geoguessr. It's in the middle of Perth. Near this this big park and this stadium and all this, and it's given me kind of landmass vibes. Making D&D maps from IRL landmasses, exactly. Yeah, D&D maps from IRL landmasses and layouts, especially. Yeah, kind of drawing some inspiration from some real life places. On making some more interesting D&D maps, because like at any time you can go and like look up the layout of a castle. You know, you can look up the layout of these famous historical places, but they are not going to feel as familiar to your players, and they might feel oddly constrained because they were built without the subset of magic. So I find that getting more like wacky layouts and or layouts that feel more intuitive because they are from either like actual natural like geography formations or they're from modern construction and layouts will resonate a little bit more with my players. It's not something I do like every time, but it is definitely something I've done multiple times. And I feel like it helps me get not necessarily more naturalistic maps, but I feel like more easily intuitable maps. Where they're like, oh yeah, I get that. You know what I'm saying? And then this is kind of a path through the wilderness. which I like. I like it. Maybe it's like a game trail, maybe something along those lines. It's called the Balga Walk. All the way around, and this is maybe giving me the feel of something being in the middle of this Balga Walk. Like something being on the interior, right? Is that, am I the only one there? But like right in here, it feels like there should be something going on. Okay, and then the rest of it, we sort of have a little bit of a cutoff right there, a little bit of a cutoff over here. A much more real cutoff right there. And an idea for a zombie survival game that would take Google Maps info to generate a map based in a real life city you choose. Yeah, I mean you absolutely could do that if you had the programming chops. I mean, like Geoguessr is a great example of something that uses just real life Google Maps data and made a very cool experience out of it. So I think you could absolutely do that sort of thing. Oh, look at that. Look at that topography. That's kind of interesting. Okay. I'm seeing... This is still a trail, though, so... Oh, wait. You guys can only see the screen. You can't even see the tablet. You can't see what I'm doing. Oh, wait, no. Yeah. So yeah, this is where I was talking about this Balga trail. I think something should be inside of there. That makes more sense to me. And then I'm debating, like, typically castles are on high ground, right? But a lot of this area speaks to me as, like, low ground. It almost speaks to me as kind of a valley, even. I mean, just from its layout, not from the actual, like, real life version of it. But I'm almost wondering if this is less of a castle and potentially like a hidden headquarters sort of feel. Sort of a hidden headquarters that's nestled in between high ground. So... we're gonna designate, I like that sort of feel. So we're gonna designate this as like, oh, the thing is too fat. Too fat. High ground. Ground. And then we're gonna designate over here as high ground as well. I'm not super sure what we'll do with that yet, but I think it feels right to me. Just in terms of what will be like the most interesting to players. Because this feels like something that, like, yeah, the players can talk their way into, but they might want to, like, all of this foliage all around it is giving me sneak up, sneak in sort of feelings. And if you're going to run that sort of sequence, you want them to be able to scout it, not necessarily easily, but very obviously. So putting these like two kind of sources of high ground like right up next to it with then two very dense areas of foliage give them a way to potentially sneak up, and especially because there's also dense foliage leading up to and away from the high grounds. So you can go onto the high ground, scout it out, and then run back and go through the foliage, which might also allow us to plant some hints as to, like, maybe there's something happening over here with the star, you know? And so if they go to this high ground, we can maybe plant some leads to that. Yeah. I'm feeling it. And this might even be, I'm thinking this Rockdale Road is potentially a river. I'm not married to that yet, but I kind of like the idea of this compound, this like secret hideout. I'm thinking like a secret society, dark brotherhood sort of feel, that can only be reached by this like valley river that maybe is like White Rapids otherwise. And otherwise it's like teleportation circle only. Or you have to trek through this very dense wilderness on any side. So I'm thinking like everything else besides this river. Yeah. This is getting better the more I think about it. No more Rochdale Road. Rochdale River. Everything around this is kind of higher up and very, very wilderness. And then this is like a little area of flat land nestled within this pretty dense wilderness. And you can only get here either by teleportation circle or by taking in this river that is traditionally pretty perilous to go down. I'm also seeing a bit of a delineation, right? Kind of see what I'm following there? Yeah. And then there's something kind of interesting over there. And then... Ooh, maybe this? Yeah. Follow me down, right? So... I think this is even higher ground. So this is like a cliff. This is like a cliff face. So this entire dotted area, we're going to call this a cliff face. Just slash really steep. Really steep. Probably not traversable without climbing gear. But it does put you pretty close to the river, especially right there. So that's maybe a little star area that we want to keep an eye on. And then right here, this little guy, I'm kind of thinking that we potentially make this like the exit to a tunnel. That like if you're running a scenario like Grimforge, or like Forge of Fury, right? If you're running Forge of Fury and you maybe want to make this map connect to that map somehow, like actually a really good example actually with Forge of Fury. Do I have that on here? I don't. Let me grab it really quick because I'll show you exactly where you could put this or how I'm imagining this. Forge of Fury. Forge. What? It's not. What do you mean? Is that not what the book is called? Is it from Tales from the Yawning Portal? Probably is. Everything's from. If you can't find it immediately, it's probably from Tales from the Yawning Portal. Yup, it is. I should have known. Okay. Yeah. Follow me down. So it's not here. It's in the Glitterhame. Glitterhame. No, it's not in the Glitterhame. Is it in the Foundry? It's in the Foundry. So let me grab this player version. Let me show ya. Okay. So like right here in the Glitterhame, in the Foundry, there's this really rapidly flowing water that if you fall into it when you're traversing these little bridges right here, if you fall into this really rapidly rushing river, it just like shunts you out of the map. It sends you to the outside. So if you're already slotting Forge of Fury into like an existing adventure that you're running or an existing campaign, you could then, instead of just having it like shunt you out to the beginning, have it shunt you out into here, into this river, the Rochdale River. So this is gonna be, and we need to zoom way in for this one. All right, let me get that plan. Have you ever thought of taking the plot of a TV show or movie to build a setup campaign off of? But like a wildly non-D&D one, like Anchorman, or episode of Sex and the City? You know, I'm not gonna say it hasn't crossed my mind, but I am not at least it's not my strength. Like planning out plots like that, because like that would be like that would be sort of the best part of that, is like taking the plot and figuring out how that maps onto like a traditional D&D plot. And my campaigns especially are not very plot driven, if that makes sense. The plots normally end up coming later. So it's normally I make an environment or a town or an arena, and then I look at that arena and I say, what's a good thing to fit in this arena? Like, what would people do here? And how can I make that interesting? Which is probably what I'll do with this as well. I'll try to keep it a little bit more vague because I want this to be able to be slotted into more campaigns. But, like, I would look at this compound and be like, okay, I designed this compound to be interesting and maybe to target some of my players. So, like, if the ranger, for example, has been feeling underutilized and or just like they've not been, kind of in the spotlight the past few sessions, I might make and introduce this sort of map, right? I might start making this sort of map, something really focused on wilderness traversal, exploration, scouting, a lot of things that would lean towards that player. And then I'll go through and I'll be like, okay, based on what the characters are currently doing, what is a hook that I could give them to get them here? What does that hook lead to? And then third, how does that new hook and plot that I've just created tie into everything else? So it's it's really, really rare for me that the plot comes first and then I build things to service the plot. It's almost always the other way around. So yeah, I think that's a good idea to be like very clear. I think this is a great idea if any other D&D YouTubers are watching. I think if you're a more plot first sort of DM, I think that's an amazing idea. But I don't think I'd specifically be very good at it. So let's see. So we've got flowing water, flowing rapids, all, and then kind of spilling out into here. That's also mentioning the, I want other people to be able to use this and slot this in. This is very much, when I talk about like floating plot points, when I talk about floating maps, floating NPCs, I make them like this, where you'll notice that I did not specify how high the ground is. I did not specify, what sort of obstacle we're putting here. I didn't specify how swiftly the river is flowing, how high up this hole is, how steep this cliff is, like what the grade on it is. And I probably won't even specify what these star points are. I tried to just build out a map to where as long as I put in things in the right configuration, the map will feel right. And so I can take something like this and just slot it in whenever it feels right, whenever it feels good. It's like if they decide totally not unbeknownst, but like unprompted by me, that they want to go into the wilderness, or say that they want to try and meet a hag. That's actually a really good example. If one of them is, say I've already made this map. Honestly, I would say this map is about 50% done. I'd say we're close to being done with it. Maybe even 60. We're getting there. As to like when I would stop working on it. So say that I have even what I have right now, and then in the campaign, one of my players says to me, or says like, to complete this other objective, we should go and talk to a hag. We should deal. We should bargain. And I would I would say, oh yeah, absolutely, totally, like research that. And I would try to stall them out for the rest of the session. And then I would go back to my archive of like some of these, half-done maps that I've started but not finished. And I would look at this and say, oh, maybe there is evidence of a hag here. Maybe this, the individuals in this compound are trying to transform themselves into a hag and the ritual is happening here. Maybe there is a hag coven that for some reason, maybe they are cursed. Their specific natural magic gives them a similar restriction to vampires where they can't cross running water. And so they are forming a like a teleportation ritual here. And so the players will get here looking for the hag, and then they'll be like, well, what the fuck are the hag's trying to do? And they'll see all of the other stuff over here. It's a good example of like, I would take this map, I would see like, oh, does this fit for the thing that they want and I want to give them? And then I flush it out from there. And if they really insist on pressing that session, I could even just run it like this. I could take this map and run it just like this right now. I would prefer not to, but I've run with less. Let's see. Are those? Oh no, wrong color and wrong size. Let's see. I had a few work meetings and missed a lot. I kept your stream up though for the metrics. Fuck yeah, thank you, Daniel. We're well into it. This is really shaping out to be a nice map. We're gonna have to kind of get it to where it's gonna be, and then we'll examine what we have using the notation to see if there are any like super glaring weaknesses, But right now we're just kind of getting the basics. I also like this zoom level. But yeah, we're just getting the basics. I'm gonna recolor all of this, or actually, I'm not even gonna recolor it. I'll just slash it. So all that goes in there. So, yup, and then there's gonna be, yep, that's a river going into there, and then. What is this? Is now a question we could start to have. I think it's just more river. We don't have to get too complicated. We don't have to go too crazy. Let's go thicker and just get that kind of over to there. Yup. And then that down to there and off. And then what is over here? This is kind of a question mark. We'll see if there's anything that needs to be over there and over here. And then we'll see. This region is definitely too big. We will have to divide this up into some more interesting things. And I might even prefer to divide this one up a little bit. And over here. A lot of these big regions will need to divide up a little. But broadly, we're kind of there. Let's see. Let's keep marking that down as the river. There we go. Perfect. Okay. And then make that a little thicker. I have no idea of anything that happened post Geoguessr though. Looks like we chose a map and we are working. Yep. We chose a map. It was the last one, and we're working. And I'm liking it so far. I am liking it big time so far. I like it a lot. Yeah. Do you plan your campaign solely out of maps? No. I plan my campaigns out of environments. So I'll give you a good example of something that my players never hit. So players, if you're listening, turn off your ears because I might reuse it. But I was at one point, my players were basically on a continent over here called Continent A. And then there was, I think there was another continent up here that was a little bit smaller. And then there was a continent C over here. And they were on continent A. And they were approaching the point where they were well into tier 2. And it was reasonable that they might want to start taking trips across the oceans, potentially for a wide variety of reasons. So I needed to start buffing out C a little bit. And so I was kind of dividing up C. You know, I was thinking about different regions, different factions that might be going on, anything that they might find when they get to C. Or things that, and I started doing this pretty well before, so I didn't think that they were going to start traveling to the other continent for probably another 4 or 5 sessions, maybe even 6. So I wanted to get it well planned out ahead of time so that I could start dropping rumors related to it, so that they had a little bit of an idea of what's over there, what they might want, what they might be interested in exploring over there. And I don't remember where on it, but I basically made one of the key features of an entire region I was listening to. While I was prepping one day, I was listening to, let's see. No, not Album of the Apocalypse, song. Let's see. No, not Master of Light. Freedom Call. We're not I can't play it. Thank God it's on mute. But I was listening to this song by Freedom Call called Hammer of the Gods. And it got me thinking about how in Elder Scrolls, one of the regions is named the way it is, Hammerfell, because there is a legend about a warrior that threw his hammer and said, wherever the hammer lands, that is where we will settle. That is where I will build my nation. And the hammer landed somewhere, and it was called Hammerfell. And so I was thinking about all that. I was thinking about these hammers and this Hammer of the Gods. It's a good song. And I decided that the center of this region, I wanted the region to feel very Monster Hunter. So I wanted megafauna, megaflora, but I had pretty well established at that point that there's like very little megafauna, megaflora in my setting unless it's magically influenced. So then I'm thinking about Thor 1, where Mjolnir gets embedded in the earth, and the government builds up this big fucking zone around it, right? And then he goes up and he gets the hammer back. And I was like, what if a god died? Because gods dying was a sub-theme within that campaign. So I thought about this god, sort of Thor-esque, who perished. And when he died, his hammer fell to the material plane. and made a giant impact crater. I'm thinking on the level of what's the one that killed all the dinosaurs? Like that one probably scaled up like 2 or 3 times. I'm picturing ginormous. And the hammer is emitting this magical radiation. And it is mutating and evolving all of the animals, the local flora and fauna, turning them into megaflora and megafauna. And now that general region has become like a quarantine zone, but also they're magical animals. They got good monster parts. And so there is a part of the sort of faction. Now I'm thinking through, okay, that could be both a unifying force and a contention point for the factions on this continent. How do they do the quarantining of this zone? How do they go in and take out any threats? Do they have strike teams? Is it like an inter-faction relationship? Are there some factions that say, hey, we shouldn't quarantine it? Are there are there factions that want to quarantine it but have beef with how, you know, the mega coalition is dealing with it? All those sorts of things. So I wouldn't say that I make my campaigns based on maps, but I come up with ideas that are most easily grokkable or like understandable to me when they're in map form. So it's like I drew out a lot of maps for this. I drew out like the quarantine barriers. I drew out the radiation aura, like putting it in a drawing to me. And I've learned that this isn't even like, I'm not even like guessing at this. This is how my brain works. I am fascinated with maps. I love abstract depictions of real, visual depictions of real life. And they capture something for me that words never can. So I think it's less that I plan my campaigns out of maps. It's that maps are the way, are the best way that I can represent my plans. I can write them down, and I do. You know, when I come up with a new city, I write big articles about it. But that will never be as instantaneously like evocative and meaningful to me, and therefore it is way harder to like not even keep motivation, but to keep it all straight. When I don't have a map, it's so hard for me to just keep all the words together because they don't flow into each other like a map does. A map it's connected, every piece influencing every other piece. Whereas words to me feel very disconnected. You know, they don't. I can't see the through lines when I just look at an article that I write. I can't see the connections to other aspects of the world and the party and the people. Whereas on a map, I feel like I can see all of those things. But that's me. This is very firmly in like, oh, that's like a me thing. That's why I process things in the way that I do. Yeah. Let's see. Which I will tell you is why that is likely part of the reason that I struggle with NPCs maybe more than the typical DM. I wouldn't even really call them like a weak point necessarily, but they are not as strong as other aspects of my DMing, and there are probably I'm probably I would say in like the I would say that I'm most likely like in like the like bottom 3/6. Like, I think I'm a little bit below average on NPCs, and I think that part of that is because it is hard for me to, like, really picture them to an extent. It's hard for me to, like, really understand them in a way that I can understand environments just by drawing them. Let's see. And that's why I love pretty maps. Because I'm not a good drawer. So when I see a map that communicates information and is aesthetically pleasing, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's amazing. Yeah, we're just kind of drawing out the wilderness zones at the moment. I agree. That's why I like doing a murder board view on various softwares. Yeah, absolutely. And it's why I like when I was like running BitD, I made like a faction web, and I represented a lot of the faction opinions through like these connectivity webs, because, oh dude, how else was I gonna keep them straight? There was no shot I was keeping them straight otherwise. I have to sometimes make a map of my thoughts for it to make sense. Yeah, absolutely. It's not as automatic as a map, but if you maintain the mappings, it's almost as good. And it's I think for me, the even like a word cloud or like a mind map, those are good, and I do like them. But they're honestly not, I don't know what you would call them. They're not hard enough for me. They're a little bit too, like, what does the connection mean? You know? That is, it's not, maybe rigorous is probably the word. They are not rigorous enough for me. And that's a tough part of it for me when it comes to like making like mind maps or topic maps or things like that, that I never really got a handle on, honestly. It definitely would have been nice if I had in college. But yeah, I never really got a handle on it. In the same way that I have, you know, a handle on some other map types. I'm thinking, because I'm just looking at this, right? And this is sort of like a combined obstacle. Well, it's a combined difficult path, right? So going from up here, you know, whatever's up here, probably something interesting. So, you know, there's probably something interesting up here. And honestly, at this point, I think we've got it relatively mapped out. So let's take it off the background image really quick. And we're gonna copy that and put it down here and paste that. Okay. So what do we have here? So the empty ways are all the paths, but maybe not like clearly, you know, maybe not clearly identifiable ones. No paths over here. So we're talking about a very difficult route, but there is something interesting. There's that star piece right there. So we have like an actually, I should group all of the other things together so that I don't accidentally erase them. So we're gonna group. No, not wait. What? What the fuck? That was weird. Is it Shift G? Okay, it's not. I don't know. What is it? No, not duplicate. Group selection. There we go. And then we're also going to lock selection. Oh, which I can't do. Arr. Dang it, Obsidian. You're so good 99% of the time. And then sometimes you just have these little things. These little things. Lock all. There we go. All right, I just want to make sure I can't delete it while I'm working on top of it. Okie dokie. It's not as automatic as a map, but if you maintain the mappings, it's almost as good. That's very fair. Yeah, if you maintain them, it definitely works. I didn't, though, never know what's going on with geographically before it matters. There are some really, really cool CR maps in your future. Ooh, I'm excited. Yeah, geography helps me determine where the interesting stuff is. So, like, you know, a really good example of that is the map that we're looking at right now. It's like when I look at this guy, like, to me, you know, I'm just going through it first. I'm not really thinking too hard. I'm mapping out kind of the boundaries. And then I see this Balga walk, and to me, this screams something interesting inside of here. There's something interesting happening in that exact shrub, right? Right there, where we have this little ring walk around it. And that's what helps me get, like, I'd say that you know, like, that's the 20, like, the 20% is all of these white lines, right? All of those white lines basically mean nothing, but they're really hard for me to lay out. Like, coming up with this layout would have been very difficult for me if I was just doing it from scratch. But once I get the white lines, everything I just see it. I'm like, okay, these are high ground. This is also a high ground, and then it goes down into a steep cliff towards this. What is this? This is a river. Like, it all just starts flowing out of my brain once I see the separations. But to do it without the geography and, like, the general delineating features first is very difficult for me to just, like, come up with it. I feel that on Rigor, 90% of what I use for mind maps is seeing what things have far fewer connections. Yeah, that's very fair. That's very, very fair. I assume you've seen the make a mess and then trace it sort of method, usually done with something like rice. I have. I honestly don't love it because it tends to result, like, that high degree of randomness tends to result in, well, random tracings. Honestly, like, it's I would say that, like, okay, if this gets me, like what we've been doing here, if this gets me the first 20%, the make a mess and trace it gets me maybe 5%. Like, it maybe, you know, I'll do it and then I'll see, like, oh, that thing looks kind of interesting, and then I wipe off the rest. But it almost always results in spaces that are so random that they don't speak to me. Like, when I look at this, I'm obviously seeing things that are not in reality. Like, if we look at the actual map, there's obviously not a river. I don't think that this is a higher ground. This might be a little bit higher than this, but probably not substantially. Obviously, there's no, like, cliff here, but I just see it in the geographical, like, in the ways that the trees are distributed in the foliage. It all just speaks to me in a way that pure randomness, it doesn't. How do I say it? It's the benefit of doing it off of this is that this thing exists. Like, this arrangement of features, these cuts and these lines actually exist. Even if I do something different with them, even if I make them representative of something that they're not, the arrangement of the lines is still real, which Make a Mess and Trace It does not have. Make a Mess and Trace It, the lines are not real. They don't need to be. And so that natural flow is just far less likely to be there as opposed to something like this, which is fine. Like, I got nothing against people who can make it work. I just can't. One of my favorite maps is the City Ankh Moorpork. Oh my gosh. From Discworld, the book series starts with a blank map saying humor can't be mapped, and after 30-something books, someone else was able to? Fuck yeah. That's cool. I both like the decision not to give you a map and the audacity of someone to do it anyways. I love that. That's human nature right there. Make a map of the city because Prarchet had been so consistent over all the books. That's very, very cool, yeah. I usually see the mess method used for things like coastlines, and I think it works okay for that. I do like man-made structures to emulate things that should be man-made, like these roads. Yeah. Even to that extent, coastlines themselves are not random. Like, the lines of our coasts are very specifically not random. Australia fits into the Bay of Bengal. Or maybe the Arabian Sea, I don't remember which. Actually, it might be on either side. Like, Africa fits into the Gulf of Mexico. The shifting of the tectonic plates on our planet make all of this incredibly unrandom, incredibly traceable, to where we can know what was happening millions of years ago. Or we maybe not know, but we can hypothesize with a degree of certainty what everything looked like all those millions of years ago, because everything is so not random. So I get it. You know, I very much understand what you're saying, and I think it's better for that, because a lot of times coastlines feel random. But they really are anything but, in my mind at least, you know. I've gone deep in that sort of geographically realistic generation. At a macro scale, it's not very random, and at a micro scale, it's functionally random, though. Yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah, it really does depend on your Zoom, so to speak. But I don't know. I would almost always rather, I guess this is the way I'll put it. I would almost always rather copy something really, really well than create something whole cloth new relatively poorly. If that tracks. At least for especially for home games. You know, if you're going into like publishing and all that, maybe there's more of a desire there. But I would rather present things that feel very real, you know. That is, you can use Rice to do things like a river delta fairly well. That's fair. Yeah, like Rice to do that that area outside of outside of Stockholm. Where is it? Yeah, it's like I think I see what you're saying. I feel where you're going. Of like Rice to do this, totally. I think Rice could definitely do something like this. That would make a lot of sense. Or like to bring it back across the pond, it's like the like the Northwest Territories, like all of these like Arctic Bay islands could be riced out. Yeah, I can see that. But yeah, those sorts of like locally random things. I don't want to say I don't run them, but I don't think I really... I often don't represent the randomness, so I still want it to not be random when I generate it. So I will often describe the feel of a river delta on that very low scale. But then when I'm actually like drawing the thing that the players will interact with mechanically, I'm only drawing out the biggest islands. I'm only drawing out, the prominent rivers and streams. So I'm always abstracting it one layer up. And when I do that, it still matters their arrangement. So, however, if I was taking that and I wanted to make like a pretty map that they could like, look at and not necessarily mechanically interact with, I think that would be a good way to generate that sort of thing. Yeah. That absolutely makes sense. I've seen your sort of trace reality method before, and I want to try it more purposely. I see a lot of city tracing city layouts. Yeah. And I think that tracing reality, it just guarantees, it has this very fundamental guarantee of it. If you trace real geography, it means that it can't feel that uncanny, if you know what I'm saying. Like the trace reality means that there will always be some amount of grounding that can never be taken away because you're working within the lines of something that really existed, and that a human mind, probably multiple human minds, really thought of. And if they could think of it once, you can think of it again. And so when a player looks at something that is traced on reality, I think that there's just less mental gymnastics that are going to have to be put forward in order to get them there, As opposed to like a randomness map runs the risk that there is no way to make it feel right, to make it feel realistic, which I've run into with some of my maps. But that all said, so there's some sort of interesting node up there. I think kind of down in here, I want there to be a little hollow, a little hollow of flat ground that isn't actually anything. It's just a white dot. But then we can have our, gotta get like a purple path. We can have our like challenging paths. Kind of gotta go around the star and the words. But we can have it go like there. Then we can also have like a landing area right there. And this might be, I'm trying to think if this would be an obstacle or not. Like, do they have... I don't think they do. I don't think they have people out there because the natural location doesn't necessarily necessitate someone being right there. So then we have purple to there. What? Did it not? Can I permanently change this color? No, can I not? I could have sworn I could. Huh. Weird. All right. Then we have another purple going. Oh, no, it's a different purple. No. I think it's that purple. There we go. We have purple going there, purple going there. So we have kind of this purple area. Very like if you want to get across here, you're going to have a tough time of it. And that's generally going to be how this river broadly interacts. And we're also going to have potentially an interesting node. It's not just blue because it's water. It's also blue because it's interesting. And we have another. This is just going to be the area of challenging paths. Some might say too many. But we will address that later. Yeah, this is definitely... Yeah, this entire area is definitely too challenging and nothing else. So I need some sort of obstacle. But I think... I like there being an obstacle path here. Potentially... I don't know. It'll depend on what this ends up being. Ooh. Wait a second. Okay. Wait, I can kind of see it. I can kind of see the line. That's a red. I'm thinking there's like a trap there. But then this line is a white. So there's maybe like a small, maybe not even a drawbridge. We might scooch that over a little bit so that it makes more sense. There might be a little bit of a... Actually, let's just do that. I think that makes way more sense. So scooch that over a skosh. Right across. But this is going to be red. But the connection over to there is white. And then we have purple to there. We're going to say white to there. Maybe it's a little bit easier to scrabble down that cliff. And then blue over there. White up here. And these are back connected. But then down to the red is also going to be red. And the over to the blue for both of these is going to be purple. Yeah. Yeah, that looks much, much better. I mean, it looks kind of weird because of all the curving I had to do around all the words, but it works. It works. You say that, but one meme in the fantasy map community is how many of the critiques of fake maps apply to the real world. Oh, well, fair. Some people don't know what they're doing. But and I mean that from both sides, both from the critical angle and the map making angle, and some areas of the world are boring. So someone will trace a boring area, not understand that it's boring, and then try to make it interesting by doing things that don't make sense because they are placed within a boring piece of geography. Because not all geography is like inherently interesting. Those places that defy the rules are rare on Earth. They often do happen at least once. That's fair. That's very, very fair. Everything happens at least once. Okay, so we have a red berry right there, which I love. We're going to throw definitely a junction point there. Junction point there. Well, maybe not. Yeah, that one. We're going to leave it at that one. And then... High ground, both of the high grounds are going to be neutral because the purpose of the high grounds is to be able to look and see things. Well, maybe that makes them interesting. Does that make them interesting? Ooh, I have to think about that. Does that make them... No, that doesn't make them... Well... I do think that makes them interesting because we are going to deliver potential plot developments up there in a way that will only be deliverable from up there. So we've got some blue. There's going to be a blue in here. Now, this area seems far too Far too fun and fancy. We're just walking with the fucking fairies over here. No, no, no. We need this to be still difficult. Now, lots of branching paths over here. I don't immediately love it, because there's going to need to be a lot of dots, but we might be able to work that to our advantage. Probably a dot in there. Yeah, oh, okay, I kind of see something. And then something over here. Now, the actual compound itself. I think there's going to be this right here. So there's when you first land on the compound's landmass, and then right in front. And then each building is obviously its own dot. But I think these two kind of go together, so we're going to call them 1. And then there's kind of this whole zone down here that we're going to give 1. Then like there and somewhere, I think here-ish. I don't know. A lot of these will change as we go forward. But for now, I think they're good. And then that's a challenging path into there. And I think just to get from this node to fucking anything is going to be challenging. This is challenging. This I'm going to leave not... Or no, not challenging. Sorry, obstacle. That's not an obstacle. That'll be easy to get into. Same with that. Ooh. I think maybe there was a potential, like... I think there's some sort of hazard over here that makes actually circling the entire compound not, like, default easy. And then we'll maybe say there's an obstacle there. I like kind of having this challenging area. Kind of similar to the other side. So it's like obstacles from that side, challenging from this side. And then I'm going to say that these don't have any connection. And that's probably it for the compound. Now, the question becomes, I think that there's more challenge to be had there, and there, and then this is normal, or, yeah, that's normal. Yeah. So we kind of have this obstacle side, this challenging side, which I like. I like that. And the question is, do we even want to consider these connectable? I don't think we do. I like putting a choke point here as a nice little reset area of like, there's nothing going on here. You just made these like cliff face. You just used like your climbing equipment. You forded a river. You got across. Take a breather. Examine what you're seeing. And then we'll move forward. Although maybe this might be overconnected, and we'll see when I actually finish. This might be slightly overconnected, but we'll see. We'll see. And I think I want this area to almost be like RP investigation zone. I want lots of interesting stuff happening over here. This is maybe where we're going to hide some other, what do you call it? Some other plot hooks to some other things. So we have this very interesting area over here. Lots of interesting things to do. Lots of interesting things to see. Very easy to navigate between that and the high ground. But I think that getting to it, if you don't go maybe the more filtered way, and I actually think, let's put an obstacle right here. And I think if you don't go the normal filtered way, then it's a little bit more challenging to get to. And actually, I don't have treasure for fuck all, do I? We do be needing some treasure. Let's maybe put some treasure right there. We'll change this from interesting to treasure. So we'll sprinkle some treasure in there for him. So this is the RP interesting area. But to actually get to the interior, I'm going to say it's an obstacle that needs to be overcome. So we're going to go there, there, and there. That's going to be the most interesting of interesting areas. And then the getting into this one is going to be challenging. Lots and lots of challenge around here, around these parts. And go there. Okay. That has an initially nice look to it, although I'll have to separate the graph before I can really know how good or bad it is. But my initial impressions aren't terrible, at least. Normally, the first iteration is pretty bad. That's just kind of how these things go. To there and there, that to there, that to there. We're gonna move that one over a little bit, and we'll describe this crossing as more of a 4-way than like a 3-way. Than like 2 3-ways, you know what I'm saying? Because this graphing process also helps me reformat the lines, because as realistic as they are, sometimes real isn't always fun. So going through the graphing will help me figure out which areas of the actual map need attention. You know, and like this. What do I want in there? I'm debating on even how to represent it, but I think we're going to put some treasure in there. But we're going to put it slightly off the path. So boop, and then boop. But then we have a little obstacle. And I mean, this is going to be a general thing about these sort of like big outdoor exterior maps, is we're going to have to see how overconnected it is, and then probably make some node cuts here and there, mush some things together, take away some connections, and see where that kind of lands us. Okay. Wait. The Great Plains of America can be very interesting. No! I actually do. Okay. I'll say there are areas of the Great Plains that can be interesting on occasion. I know of some places. High ground is basically always important in medieval dangerous times for tactical advantage, and modern safe times for rich people to put their houses. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think you're right. That is, yeah. Well, and in my notation specifically, important nodes are where I deliver plot. So that is a reminder for me to give them hooks, to maybe look at their passives to see if they notice anything where I could tease out some plot points. So from up here, they are not only going to get a lot of information about the map, but I'm also probably going to deliver something along the lines of, you see some workers carrying crates into the the biggest house. They seem to have some markings on them that you can't quite identify. Either I would either just use their passive perception, or if their passive perception failed, I might give them the chance at like passive history. But I may also just ask them for a history roll. I might also not even mention the markings and just talk about, you see some people carrying some crates in, and wait for them to ask any questions. And then if they, potentially proc a more active skill check. And if they don't ask any questions, then I might get their passive history involved to see if any of them would just passively recognize it, even if they weren't looking for it. Or maybe have someone's passive perception that's high enough notice the strange-looking markings, and then maybe they'll take action. We can have more complicated skill checks then. But I would do all of that on the important nodes, on the high grounds, on those sorts of things. So they're good pacing reminders for me that, I don't deliver lore on the red nodes. The red nodes are there to be roadblocks. They're there to get in the way. If lore happens, that's great. That's fine. But I do not need to actively push lore when they're not on a blue check. Interesting way of phrasing it. I don't really grok your node system, I think partially because I'm colorblind, and it just looks like someone spilled spaghetti sometimes to me. I mean, basically, I have made a video on it. Did I ever post that? I think I did. Basically, white is what I would call empty. Nothing interesting, no obstacles. You need these. They're breather points. Red is an obstacle. It is a challenge that you overcome once, and it's probably dealt with. So that would be like guards outside. I haven't seen a video on it. Not sure it was my fault. I think I published it. I'm honestly not sure. But I'll just explain it really quick. So this is obstacles. Yeah, things that you overcome once. So if there are guards and you knock them out, that is essentially overcome. Now you might have to deal with the evidence of your actions later, but it's essentially overcome. You probably won't have to deal with it a second time very soon. The next one are important nodes. Yeah, this is anything that pushes the story forward. This could be an NPC, it could be carvings on the wall, it could be a certain vantage point where they will be able to see new information that has relevance to the plot. It could be a letter or something that is not necessarily like treasure, but it gives them information that they can use later. And then orange is treasure. This is a latecomer to the system because my players gave me feedback once that I was not giving them enough treasure. So now I built it into the system to remind myself, oh no, there's not enough orange nodes on here. So that I see it. And then the lines work very, very similarly. White line is a connection between two nodes that isn't anything special. An obstacle is much like a red node, but a red node, nodes in general define areas and like obstacles in an area, whereas this is an obstacle between areas. So this would classically be represented by like guards, whereas this would be represented by a gate, like a portcullis. There are no blue lines, there are no orange lines. But there are purple lines. Purple lines represent challenging paths. So this is something that you have to overcome, a challenge you have to overcome, that if you overcome it once, it doesn't go away. So like fording a river, unless you somehow divert the entire river, it's still gonna be there on the way out. Guaranteed. Same thing with like a cliff face. You're going to see a lot more purple lines because those are challenges you have to overcome multiple times. Overcoming it once is not going to solve it. And these are super, super important. And then the last thing that you won't see too much of on mine, especially, are green. They're shortcuts. I don't love shortcuts. Just broadly, in general. But I do go over them in that video. I also might be using slightly different colors than I use in the video. I honestly rarely remember the colors, except for obstacles and interesting, because the colors don't really matter as long as I know what they mean, you know? And when I look at a map, I can always tell what the colors mean. The background map is not something that I have systematized. So I just get the background map however I get it, and then I build the graph map on top of it afterward. And then I can actually look at the graph map and like actually take things away from the graph map when I'm thinking about it. I do think you published a video on it. Let's go. Because I did a stream a long, long time ago about it. Yeah. You're Oh no, it's unlisted. It's unlisted. So there's a stream a long time ago about it. I don't know why it's unlisted. Oh, because I haven't done the chapters yet. So that's coming. So an actual video, like a cut down video of the stream will come soon. But I do have a video where I go over that. So yeah, you'll see that soon. You build your map so drastically different than I do. I'm glad to see it a different way. Cool. I'm glad. That's very cool. It's just like learning other TTRPGs. It's cool to see how other people do it. Yeah. Don't divert the river, build a suspension bridge. That would be, it's basically that like overcoming an obstacle, like breaking down a door or slipping through the portcullis. Probably not going to be something that takes like a ton of resources. Building a suspension bridge might. Or your suspension bridge might be gone by the time you get back because of many, many factors, you know? But yeah, I think you're grokking it. I think you're getting it. A dragon trying to fly away with his hoard, but there was a hold in his bag falling between their claws. What? Oh, wait, orange line, trail of treasure. Oh, yeah. An orange line is a trail of treasure, a trail of clues. Dragon, yeah. The specific colors don't matter anyway. Yeah, exactly. With my eyes, but I can definitely copy the ideas. Yeah, I used to do it with symbols. So, but it was, I tried to think about how I was going to show it on screen and like for stream, and it was impossible to represent. But what I actually used to do is I used to do straight line for normal. Oh God, if I can even remember. I think I used to do straight line for normal, dotted for obstacle, swirly for challenging, and then for nodes, I used dot. Ooh, what did I use? I think triangle, because it's pointy, for obstacles. I think squares for treasure and stars for interesting, which you can still kind of see when I was like doing the first iteration of it. I was using the stars still. So this is how the map notation used to look. It is a mess to try and display on screen, as I'm sure you can imagine. But when I was doing it on like pen and paper, especially, it was just fine. So, yeah, and I still do occasionally. If verticality is really, really important, even now that I use the different colors, if verticality is super important, I will indicate a substantial change in verticality with a dotted line rather than a solid line, regardless of the color. But that's only if verticality is very important. I got lots of tricks to emulate colors. Yeah. I'm sure my list will wind up being similar. Yeah. These symbols. Yeah. It's definitely, I think that the abstraction notation, and you'll kind of see it when I separate it, which I might do right now. The only thing is that we still have these areas that I'm really not sure about. And like how they're going to connect, but I'm going to represent them. So I'm going to represent that side and probably like over there separately. And maybe over here as well. And we're just going to connect them all with white for now. And white is sort of the... It is either the breather color or the I don't know what I'm going to do yet color. It can kind of be both. Which is not great for a super rigorous... It's not great for a super rigorous system, but, you know. It is what it is. Okay. So first we drew the other map on top of the real-life satellite map. Now we drew our node map on top of that. I actually think I want something else over there, now that I look at it. That connects over to the high ground, maybe. Yeah, that works. Now we're going to select all of that. We're going to cut it just to make sure we have everything. Yep. All right, and then we're going to repaste it. Oh, no. No. Undo. And then we're going to paste it down here. So now this is what we actually got going on. And I'll be real, if I really, really cared about this map, I wouldn't have been drawing it like this. I would have been using movable objects. So like I would have gotten like red circles and like blue circles. Oh no. Let's convert that. Yeah, I would have done these sorts of things, and then I would have connected them with lines to where, and whenever I do post the video, you'll see this in the designs that I show. But I would connect them like this, and now, oh wait, why aren't these connecting? Oh, these shapes are behaving oddly. Oh, wait, I know exactly why. They're not behaving oddly. I'm behaving oddly by expecting so much out of them. There we go. So I would get arrows, but I don't like directed graphs for D&D specifically. So I delete the arrowhead on one end of it. Give me that. So no more arrowhead. And then I would build the graph out of these so that I can move the graph around. Because there is a potential for reusing this later, or for like, you know, moving something very minorly, but in a way that maybe requires some reworking. But yeah, that's how I would, and whenever I do publish that, you'll see that. But let's see what we got. Let's see what we got here. I mean, first and foremost, way too much white on the outside, around the outside. We don't want it to be boring until they get to the good stuff, you know? we want to start it off with some interesting stuff. So, and then this whole area is very cluttered. This area is borderline cluttered. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure if I hate it or if it's okay. But I think that this map in general has sort of 3 zones, or at least I want it to. It's going to have this zone, or maybe not even 3. Yeah, it has that zone. It has... Ooh. Yeah, that doesn't exactly work. Because I want this to kind of be an interior zone, but it's not really separated from anything right now. I think... kind of draw a line like that. And then I think this should be part of all that. Like this. So we kind of have 4 zones to the map, with a central zone being our objective. So that means that when I'm considering these, I'm trying to consider them from the perspective of the players might approach from any of these 3 zones, and I want it to be interesting and challenging no matter what. Regardless of, which zone they choose. And we also want the zones to all be connected still so that they could, take a more circuitous route. But coming in from a certain zone will not be like the clearly easy path, and they'll see it on the way out and be like, "Ah, fuck, we could have just gone in that way." I don't want that. That would be sad. I think I might try using a similar notation for overall plot instead of in addition to geographically. I could see that. I could very much see that being a thing. I've tried to think about how to do kind of what you're talking about in reference to like mysteries and like clue distribution in mysteries. But I haven't quite nailed a notation that I like yet. Are these nodes for specific events / things? A node represents a geographic area. So I'll pull up maybe a more substantial example. So this is one of the maps I looked at. Wait, this is the wrong one. No, it's the right one. So if I was drawing on the foundry, right? This entire room, and it depends on the scale that you're at. So you could have 2 different maps of different scales that look very different. But like, if I'm looking at this map at this scale, I would consider this entire room to be 1, maybe 2 nodes. I would consider this entire front area, that's 1 node. Maybe this raised dais is a 2nd node. But if I am going to make it a node, I am going to stop the players there, essentially. So going back to transitions between nodes should be characterized as transition points. So, right, I'm not going to describe this tiny little hallway. This tiny little hallway between this room and this well room, this little guy does not matter. It does not need to be strictly tracked unless we're in combat. And in which case, you'll track it on the hex map. But in terms of like narration and stopping the players and like giving them things to react to, this is a line. So this would be a node. This would be a node. They would have 1 line or edge, if we're getting into graph theory, connecting them. Same thing with this, although this door right here is locked. So this room, I would say, is interesting if you've ever seen it, but this room, I would absolutely classify into 2 nodes. This side would be a node, and this side would be a node. And then they have 2 connection points, which are these bridges. As I say in the stream, in the video that will eventually come out, it is both art and science. The notation is not rigid. You bring your own style to it. About, like, what do you consider an area where you are going to stop the players? So, in reference to the map that we're making, let's get this back up, right? We're transforming this, this Rochdale Road is become a river, and then we have nothing right here, nothing right here. But if they cross the river, I would want to stop them right here to describe their surroundings and maybe give them a moment to react or to do something. And then up here is also, right now at least, is also a white node. That's this road right here, is this little curve. This is also a white node, but I will describe them as two separate locations. Standing right here, I want to feel different than standing right here. They're not going to be abstracted into the same general location, like some other places would. But, for example, this entire wooded area, I will probably abstract into one node. I have this one node right here, and then a little obstacle. I'm thinking like a little mini cave or like a burrow into a little treasure area. But I will describe almost this entire geographic area as a single node, because I don't need to narrate 3 times or twice them going through this area, even though they're covering a larger geographical distance than here to here. So it is a way, the distribution of the nodes and like what qualifies as a node is linked to how I want to run the map. It is, and which makes it a very personal thing, you know, like you can't, it may not directly map onto your style and your pacing, which will mean that you cannot take this map, you know, wholesale and run it like that. But the hope is that by creating this, I can then, basically we've gone like, you know, degrees of separation out, right? So we start here, then we define some generic areas, some generic features. Then we understand the pacing between all of those generic features. And then we look at that pacing just on its own. Do I need to add in some interesting stuff? Do I need to add in more obstacles? Do I need to add in more treasure? And then once we have this looking good, we wrap it back around. So once I have this finished, I say, okay, well, I added a challenging path here. How do I represent that on the map in a naturalistic way? Is that a broken rope? Is that a cliff diver enemy? You know, how am I going to represent that red line? And then we come back to more of the normal artistic map, but with all of those node discoveries worked in. So it's this process of building up and then tearing that back down, sort of, which really helps me not get too tied to any specific thing and try to see my own designs a little bit more objectively and cleanly. But it's not even close to objective. None of it's ever going to be. But it's a little bit more objective. You know what I'm saying? If you're asking what I think you are, they eventually will be things, but they aren't specific yet. Yeah. So like an obstacle might be a guard. It might be a trap. It might be a moat. Like it could be anything. And I will decide that on the break back down segment. Yeah. I forgot about the stream for a while, but hearing you call it, calling Rochdale with a soft CH, Rockdale, was really funny. I don't like Rochdale. I like Rockdale. What makes a node versus a room? Where I would pause to describe things to the players. Most of the time, an easy heuristic is a room is probably a node. Like, I think for 90% of this, a room is a node. Like this one, this room is just a single node. But sometimes you have exception cases like this, where I would say that this room is 2 nodes, bisected by the river, which actually gives it 3 connection points. It gives a node at the top, a node at the bottom, with 2 white lines connecting them, and then a single purple line. Actually, I wouldn't even call this purple. I would call it red, going down the middle. because these are areas that could be very easily separated if you were to take down the bridges, say. And then as we transition to the right, I'd probably call this entire area a node. So it would have a connection point from here to there, just like a white connection point, unless there's like an enemy that I'm not aware of. And then the node up here would also have a red connection point to this one up here, or to this one over here. And then this one would go over here. There would be a red connector over here with... it's tough to classify this, whether it's a challenging path or an obstacle. I'd call it an obstacle. Like, it's hard for me to ever define pits as challenging paths. Like, a challenging path in my mind is like fording a river, scaling a cliff face. If a trap like fills a hallway with gas, or there's like the classic like darts shooting down the hallway, that's a challenging path. But it's tough for pits. It's tough for pits because, like, yeah, like, you know, on one hand, it is a challenging path, but it's also like a very overcomable, like, easy obstacle. So it's hard to say. I think a more obvious challenging path from later in this, or actually, no, earlier in this, is the Glitterhame. The Glitterhame has a very obvious challenging path, which is right up here. So, like, I would put a node right here, a little white node, and then a treasure node right here. Or actually, this might be an obstacle node. There might be enemies here. I don't remember. And then the area between this is, like, pretty fast-flowing water. So you have to make a check not to, like, fall and get swept away. So this is, like, a definitional challenging path. Or on when the NPCs were going up, or NPCs... when Vox Machina was going up to meet the Pyra for the first time, and Matt had that sequence where I want to say they were just getting like rocks thrown at them by giants, or maybe it was like a weather effect. It might have been like a snowstorm or some sort of wind, but there was something that made ascending the mountain particularly challenging, and that would also be a challenging path within this sort of framework. Not sure if you make this distinction, but for pits, I would ask if it was meant to be a challenge to the party specifically. That is true. The definition, like what geographic features are made or represent, changes as the party levels up. It changes depending on your party composition. This is almost purely an aid to run better D&D. This is not an aid to make better maps, even though that's what I would advertise it as. But it is specifically a tool to help you quantify and understand how you will guide your players and your party through a map. When are you going to inject plot? How are you going to pace obstacle versus break versus treasure? And how do all of those things connect? If you don't picture a connection point, like from this orange node, since it doesn't connect to anything else, I will run it as though it does not connect anywhere else. So to me, that says it's like underground or maybe in a tree where they would have to like drop back down to the white node. That sort of thing. So it also helps me as the DM when I'm going through it to kind of constrain the optionality that I'm giving to the players. So like I don't have to worry about where they're going to end up if they try to get over the cliff face. I've looked at this map. There's one place for them to land, and I will describe it that way. Now, if they say, this isn't hard and fast, obviously, this just helps me make the actual map later. So if they look at the actual map and they see a connection point that I maybe didn't, or a connector that I maybe didn't consider, I'll improv it, or I'll say no, or I'll jack up the check. All of this is helping try to anticipate the expected routes that I'm going to flow them through. And if they choose to break it, then that's totally fine. Make some checks, we'll improv it from there. And inevitably, even them breaking it and like inventing a new space or a new connector, they're very quickly going to come back into the map. You know, they're going to very quickly come back into the graph. If they wanted to go from here to like, I don't know, there-ish, okay, sure, that's fine. Maybe it's a little bit harder of like a acrobatics check or something, because it's not as clear of like a landing zone. But then once they go from here, this just becomes like a new sort of invisible node, and they can travel to like one of the few other places. And then they're back in the map. And we now understand the flow again. So that's the general way that I would say. That's the general way I go about it. The same pit might be a real challenge to a level 1 fighter and a tiny note to a party that can fly. Yes. And I will say when I'm doing this, I am picturing, I have a specific like test party that I picture in my head. And so I'm considering it for them. But when I'm building for my campaign, I'm always thinking about my PCs, what is challenging to them, what is trivial, but also to make it a little bit less variable. Even if a challenging path is easily overcome by spending resources, they still had to spend resources to do it. So these don't necessarily indicate the difficulty of the challenge, or of the obstacle or what have you, but they indicate that resources will likely have to be spent. Now that gets a little bit wonky for some classes, but it also, an obstacle could also be represented by passing a skill check. So basically there's either a resource that has to be spent, a cost, or a skill check, an ability check that has to be made, a risk of failure. No matter how difficult those things are. So I can normally take a flow map like this, and I can move around a lot of the nodes, and I can apply it to a totally different set of geography at a totally different point in my campaign, and the flow all still works. I just have to jack up the challenge a little bit. But that's not hard to do at all, you know? So that's why it's kept abstract, is just to help you recognize like the flow. Like, for example, on this map, this area looks weird, right? Like this one has a nice little cycle. There's a good smattering of colors. Maybe I need to fix the nodes a little bit. Over here, you know, there's kind of like an interesting area, but it's kind of hard to navigate unless they go around this outer ring, which will almost guaranteed run them into at least treasure or interesting, or both. So nice flow here, but I'm also seeing if they go from here to maybe there or there, they're gonna go through this region, but they're going to totally skip this area. So I need to determine, either do we just take this one out and build in a contrivance for why these two aren't connected within the map, or do we make one of these a little bit more interesting, maybe direct them a little bit more upward towards the high ground? Like I'm maybe thinking that we replace this white line with a red line. Blah, 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 blah. Like we replace, no, excuse you. A red line, not a white line. So we maybe do that. And then I kind of like up here, maybe being kind of sectioned off from everything and maybe being a treasure node. But there's going to be difficulty getting to it no matter what. So maybe like a more distinct obstacle that way. Where's my eraser? So I'm thinking like so challenging that way, I think. Because when we go out of this, we don't want to overwhelm them. So you want to look at the nodes and make sure that the edges coming out of a node, especially if there's more than like 2, aren't like all of the same color. You want it to be a nice smattering of colors to give the players a wider experience and, you know, spice things up a little bit. But we're going to make that an obstacle. I kind of like this little white workaround area, but I also don't want them to just skate around the entire map without being able to interact or without interacting with anything. So I think we might throw a little bit of a blue over here. Might throw a little bit of a blue over there. Maybe this has a very particular vantage point. But then we're going to throw that to there. We're going to throw a red on that to sort of funnel the players a little bit. Not too much, but just in terms of like paths of least resistance. You know what I'm saying? So then maybe that. So right, if they're coming in there, they're sort of get funneled into this very interesting area. If they go here, they're going to kind of rebuff off these and either go that way, see all the interesting stuff, go that way, be presented with another potential obstacle down there, maybe come up here to get the high ground look. You know what I'm saying? I think that this region has kind of a good flow, but they can very easily push through these things if they want to approach it a different way. Yeah, I kind of like that. If I was actually going to run it, I would want to make these movable objects that I can very easily like deform and morph, but I think this is okay for now. That's the other thing I hope is in that video. What you are looking for in this view when you are saying things like nice flow. I don't, unfortunately. I do want to make a separate video about that. But in that one, I was mainly concerned with answering a lot of the questions that have been asked this stream of like, what is a node? What is an edge? How do you classify different things? So that video is almost exclusively me looking at existing maps that you guys can all like go out and look at and doing the process on that. And then there is also a little bit of review of, oh, I don't like this one because of X reason. So the one in particular that I'll show you. And it's like, what is a nice flow is ultimately up to you as the DM, truly. So that is a, when I started this, I didn't know what a nice flow was. I started it because I was making maps and I thought, man, this map is a fucking killer. This is gonna be so sick. And people liked it. And then I made the exact, like a very similar map in a very similar way. And I also thought, killer, fucking sick, and my players hated it. and they couldn't put their fingers on it. I couldn't figure out why. And so this is mostly to help me compare maps back and forth. But I'll show you one that I think you will understand what I mean by flow. So this is the video. And this is from the stream. So if you want, you can go and watch the stream immediately. On this one, I used black instead of white. Doesn't matter. Let's jack up the quality. So this is Death House from Curse of Strahd. So you can see in Death House, It is nothing, it is like generally nothing and interesting, but the interesting are all in this like really weird line, so that your players might get like overwhelmed if they just like hit interesting node after interesting node after interesting node. And then the rest down here are all black. And then we get to a bottle cap and it's fucking obstacle city over here. Which can be okay, but you want to be very delicate about that. I would have maybe moved one of these obstacles further down to maybe give a little bit more variety to the pacing. And then later in the death house, the other one that we have is, this is in the basement. There's a room that has 5 offshoot rooms that only have treasure in them. And this is another thing where it's like, I can just tell by looking at this that like this is way too much of the same color. As opposed to over here, I think there's a little bit better variety. I might have put maybe like one of the treasure nodes from here into that. But other than that, there's some nice variety in this fan structure. There's some black nodes. There's one obstacle that might surprise you. There's 2 more interesting things, but you're not going to get super overwhelmed with it. But then we have over here, again, Obstacle City. And this is especially bad because you don't even have to interact with most of these to get to the goal of the entire dungeon. You can just do this one and then you're past. And then it doesn't matter. So this is what I mean, and this isn't like exactly what it looks like. If you actually look at so this is on the left is I took the map of Curse of Strahd and I made this map on top of it, much like we did today. And then I moved everything around to what I call the easy layout. The easy layout is the quickest, the fastest route from entry point to exit point. Although this is also a little bit of a thing. I didn't actually do any regional mapping in this video. I only did dungeon mapping, which is originally what I developed the notation for, but it can be abstracted to more like, more free-form exploration. So it's harder to tell on this one where is the start, but I have some personal tricks for that. But yeah, that video, if you look up how to make a map in D&D on my channel, it's an old stream. It's an older stream, but it is there. And you can, it's short for one of my streams, but the edited video is coming out soon. I get the really high picture, not too many connections nor too few. Be careful of complete dead ends. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, exactly. No, you're getting there. But I would love a detailed list of things that might not be obvious. It's not like an actual problem, but there are no wrong answers if it works at your table. I have realized at my table, my players prefer continuous variety. Because I have been at a table that is constructed of a lot of different types of players for a long time. Some of my players really love roleplay. Some of them really love, they're fucking loot goblins. So, some of them are much more into the strategic, more maybe wargamey aspect. And so at my table, variety is king when I'm taking them through these dungeons. I have to constantly be switching stuff up. So that is my main heuristic. But at your table, you might want to hedge a bit more towards obstacles. If your table in general leans more wargamey, you might want to get a little bit more red on the map, a little bit more purple, less blue, less, maybe orange as well. It also depends on how do I say it? Constructed and linear of an experience that your players want. My players love exploring built environments. They want the Dishonored feel, where they can go a bunch of different ways, they can circumnavigate, they can use the environment to their advantage. Some players want carefully crafted experiences. It's a small world after all at Disney. They want to be on those rails to get the best experience. And so this node map, what is a good node map for those two different tables, are going to look very different. So I can't exactly give a detailed list of what to do and not to do. The point of the node map is to simplify the whole thing to make it easier for you to accomplish what you want to do. So you determine, like, what do my tables like? And the best thing to do that with is to get maps that your players have already loved and get maps that they've not liked or, they were maybe mid on. Do the node process to both of those maps and see if there are any obvious differences. Because that is how I got to where I'm at with the node map. That's exactly how I started. I took maps that they liked, maps that they didn't, did the node process to both, and realized, well, a litany of things. But the ones where they really enjoyed it were the ones with more variety, actually more connections, generally looked more like a circle than a line. But yeah, it was all like they would always prefer, well, maybe not always. I won't go that drastic, but they would prefer a circle with, 30 square feet. I don't know why it's filling in that background. With 30 feet inside of it to an oval with 60. They want this kind of interconnected feeling. So that's also something that I think about in my dungeons. And even if I am building a line dungeon, how can I make it feel more like a circle? And that is often through things like shortcuts, things like teleports, which might be interesting nodes in and of themselves. Maybe even like fun like minecart networks, things like that. They can make the dungeon feel a bit more interconnected. A longer white path might be okay if there's no time travel, no time pressure, gives incentive to take the harder path. Yes. So this is one of my heuristics that I use for myself, is if your players are going through very broadly, if they're going between 2 points and you want them to have a lot of options, you want there to be, in my mind, a red path, a green path, and a purple path. This is how a lot of times I conceptualize at a super base level travel sequences of there is a short but difficult path. But once you overcome it, it might be safer. It also might get you some more things, but it's a little bit more risky. There is a path of continuous trial that will not get better. And then there's a risky path that might require hyper-specific resources. So this is the let's slog through the blizzard. This is the let's take the shortcut through the mountain. And this is the let's construct a weatherproof cart. Sort of deal. Those are how I conceptualize travel a lot of times, and you can do the same thing for dungeons. And I often do. But sometimes I don't. It depends. It all depends. That also depends on whether or not I want it to feel like it is a travel sequence, like it is a point A to point B sort of thing, or whether or not I want it to feel like it's an arena that they're exploring that is all interconnected, which are very different feels. Though taking the white would still be boring if they chose it. Right. And white shouldn't be boring, right? White should be a breather. it should be a time for role play within the party, for making up plans, for taking stock of their resources and situation. That's what white nodes are for. So a long path that is purely white doesn't really work, which is also why this area does not look good to me. This area is way too chill. Way too chill. We gotta liven it up a little bit. Same thing with kind of over here. We need to add some more into here. But this one, plenty of white paths, plenty of white nodes, but the longest that they will go on like a continuous streak is like 2, right? They're going to go like this white node to this white node, and then they're hitting something else interesting. Or they're having to go through a challenging path or an obstacle path. Same thing with this. It goes lore, and then an obstacle, and then lore. Although even to that degree, this is kind of weirding me out. I don't know about this one. And this has no red obstacles in it. So I think what I might do instead is, instead of making this the hot path, we're going to kind of swap it. So we're going to make a red dot and a white path. So this is the only way to get into the middle without going through an obstacle path itself. And this is also the sort of thing is like, to me, red dots and red lines, they have a difference. And so this is not a negligible change. You know, this changes it from, is it a guard or is it like a portcullis? Very different feels. And you want a good smattering of both, at least at my table. So this sort of like analysis of like, ooh, that looked a little bit too samey. There's no red nodes in this region. So I want to make a red node there to even break up this blue kind of configuration. We had enough lore over here. And we could even make the lore, there be a lore bubble up here if we wanted. It might work. There might be a little bit too much lore, honestly. A little bit too much interesting stuff. But it also doesn't have to be crazy. It can just be small things that characterize the scene. But I like that. I like that. Especially it having this this red separation between it and the other blue. I think that's good. Let's just buff that one out a little bit. Okay. Same thing with that red over there. And like this, I will say, so this is a good example of like where I think this node system has already helped me on this map specifically. Is originally when I was looking at the original map and I was like, oh, this is going to be a river. It's like, okay, river is a classic challenging path, maybe an obstacle depending on your kind of view of it. But I don't want crossing this to be exclusively challenging paths, right? I don't want the transition from this zone to this zone to be exclusively purple, because that sort of reduces the feel of the optionality to the players. So that got me thinking immediately. It's like, okay, well, if I want to cut out a purple, I probably have to add in a red. Because that's the easiest swap you can make, is like, okay, it's not challenging anymore, but it's still like a one-time obstacle, and maybe make it a little bit harder. So I added in this red node down here that has a white path and a white path to get over there instead of the purple path here. And that is going to make me change the map from what I originally conceptualized it as. I originally conceptualized all of this as a cliff, but now because I need to add a red node there, which like a node is like a place that people are going to stand, potentially fight, I'm probably going to add in a little divot and maybe like a really easy ferry bridge maybe like an actual drawbridge itself to that section. Same thing with this. This might also. And I'm honestly debating if this should even be white or if this should also be red. And maybe this should be purple. Although I don't have like having this triangle of purples. Ugh. Not great. Not great. Even here we have we have something to break up the red cycle. Let's see. Let's think. But I like the inner region. Other than that, not enough things are interesting. I think immediately I want to make... I kind of conceptualize this as like a guardhouse over here. It was a... Oh, I just realized I haven't read the most recent chat. I'm so... That heuristic helps a lot, actually. I tend to try and vary sessions, but have historically sucked at variety in a single session. That could be helped by this system. Yeah, absolutely. That is exactly the reason I built it, and it is the way that you want this to look is so dependent on your style. But that's why I like it, is that it can be molded to anyone's style, which I think is cool. Your heuristics that you develop are going to be very useful for you, but maybe not for someone else. Let's see. Ooh, I'm thinking we're gonna... but what is this primarily going to be? That's another thing, is if a node is multiple things, so like if it's both interesting and there's treasure there, or something like that, I personally, and this is a personal restriction that I put, I don't allow multicolored nodes when I'm using this at all. Flat out. Because I don't want to confuse my players. I want to reduce ambiguity. And so even if a place is maybe both blue and orange or blue and red, what is it primarily? Like, what is its primary purpose within the session, within the map? And that's what I classify it as. And I try to tend towards that in my descriptions in session. Yeah, maybe that chest has a bit of gold in it, but more importantly, it has a letter that Count von Strahd wrote to his lover, blah, blah, blah. That sort of thing. So I was just thinking about this. I was like, well, there's probably going to be treasure, probably going to be obstacles, but I think most importantly, there's going to be interesting stuff. And that is actually, I just realized that I've been using the wrong word. I've been calling these important nodes. Important's the wrong word. Interesting is what I normally call them. Because just because something is interesting doesn't necessarily mean it's like important. So like you can be a little bit generous with like just describing the vibe of somewhere, the smells, the sights, the sounds, and how it is different than all these other places. That can also be an interesting node. That's why you'll see that I have a lot of interesting nodes near the border, because it helps me remember, oh, hey, this is the trigger point for when you should be describing the things that make this place unique. The unique trees, the unique, I'm just thinking of different types of trees. But that's why there's a lot on my maps, especially. That's why there's blue nodes towards the edges, is to help remind my brain of those sorts of things. But if your brain is different, which I'm sure it is, you may not need a similar sort of configuration. Now, the next thing, I think that it's tough because I kind of want this to be a red node for the purposes of... I want this to be a red node for the purposes of balancing out the region. But I don't want this transition to smack you in the face so hard. Well, I guess it's actually kind of free. That's actually maybe the fastest way to complete the map, is going that direction. So maybe it's okay if it smacks you in the face a little. And the question, I like that being a breather node. I like that a lot. The question, are these puppies over here? I don't know about them. You know, I think that the core should be primarily interesting, so I think we're going to do another interesting node, because as you're getting closer, you want that uptick in interest again. And then we're going to have a we're going to have a treasure room. We're going to have a treasure room right smack in the center. You got to go through all the bullshit to get to the final treasure room. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an intense near slog. Most of the paths in this region are colored. But if this is, you know, a secret compound with a bunch of wilderness surrounding it, this is where I want most of my stuff happening. This is where I want us to spend most of the time. These areas should just be, how are we getting there? And even to that end, I like the idea of, I do like the idea of there being kind of a slow way up. Because to me, this is almost an optional objective area with this little triangle. This area is what I would consider more of like a connector area. So if you want to staple this on to another adventure, we're having entry points there for, you know, an adventure that makes more sense for that. Entry point here for things that make more sense for that. And then we have lots of options for, do we skirt around the outside or do we charge straight the fuck in? You know, with this. But this also puts you right on the front door. So what do I want this to be? I want this. If this is an alternate plot hook land, if this is connector land, I want this to be the land of focus. I want this to be, we're getting things about this, you know, area. We're getting lore pieces about this area. We are being pointed in and towards, which means we want getting from this area to the others to be a little bit more difficult, to feel a little bit more taxing than maybe the other way around, which will bring me into directed arrows, which I don't love generally, but I think they can be used sparingly. I would maybe call them an expert technique. But I shouldn't, because that makes me sound fucking pretentious. Let's see. So I think this will call kind of the entry node, and I'm gonna indicate the entry nodes. I often change up the way that I indicate the entries, but we're gonna dot that out and call it 1. We're going to dot that out and call it 2. Ooh, do I want them to be able to come in from up there? I don't think so. I'm debating. No. Fuck it, 3. We'll call it 3. Fuck it. It's in the same region, but that's okay. Especially since that's optional objective land. And then we'll call it 4. So that's going to be the entry point. Then we want it to be way easier to go from this side to that side than alternative. So what we can do for that is actually, and this is I'm even going to avoid using the directional arrows, even though I could. We are going to call this, we're going to call it an obstacle path. Actually, I'm still going to use the directional arrows that way versus a challenging path that way. And the dotted arrows are to indicate significant elevation change. So we're going to make this feel harder one way by making there be a huge height differential. Huge. And it's way easier in D&D and in life to fall off of something than it is to climb it. So we're going to have this sort of cycle here to disincentivize going over there, but to make it possible. And then this area. I don't mind them going into this area as much, honestly. We still want it to be focused, but we're going to give them all of the necessary stuff. So we're going to take them straight from the outside, and we're going to almost immediately indicate the high ground. It's not going to be necessarily the only path. We are going to present them with an alternative over here. But this is going to have actually, it's just going to be an obstacle node. It's not even going to have an obstacle on it. It's going to be an obstacle node that might reward, clever scouting ahead. And then even coming out of that obstacle node is going to be a bit of purple. So we're heavily incentivizing this route, but they always have the option. And then once they get into the point, when they get into here, where it is like, oh shit, we actually have to make a decision, they can steer off course if they would like to. And I might even do some very gentle incentivization to do a bit more exploration. But if they are focused on the objective, one more obstacle in their way isn't going to dissuade them. So they're going to go around there. And in fact, I might just move the gate off of that. So I might remove this and make that a white path, which actually does present an interesting and relatively easy path from like here to here that they might be rewarded for knowing if they go to either of the high grounds. If they roll really well on either of the high grounds, they might be able to see that this path seems like maybe a weakness in the defenses, comparatively. Maybe, then we have to rearrange some things a skosh. So if that's the case, we probably want this to be red instead. This is their front gate. This is where they've invested all of their shit. And then we're going to remake that into a blue. Because this is where we're going to pop them in if they meant to come here for this. This is where we're going to pop them in on an entry. So if they're here for this as they get closer to it, we want to continue giving them information before they necessarily have to face their first big obstacle, which will be a large obstacle. But they maybe have a little bit easier of a time over here. And honestly, think we're just going a little bit crazy. I'm just letting my instincts kind of take the driver's seat a little bit. I then want that to be even easier, but not too easy. So we could route it down. No. Hi. Oh, hi, puppy. There's a puppy. I think we do red right here. Blue right there. We want it to be a long and winding path if it is, with all this evidence of all of the things that they've claimed, or that they've not had to deal with, if they know the way in. So then this goes back to there. This is a blue. Maybe I have two. Ooh, maybe I need like one more node to facilitate this. Oh, no, actually. Wait. Oh, maybe a really circuitous path like that? And then this, kind of the interior path, is a little bit more along those. Oh, no, not blue. What would that even mean? Then we go there. But, ooh, how circuitous do we want it to be? I think, yeah. So then that is there. Yeah. Which does run the risk of that, unless I pop a red right here. Yeah. Oh, and even a purple there. That could work. Yeah, so we've got this interesting little funnel that may not be overly obvious unless you take the high grounds, which, in that case, I want to delete entry 3. I definitely want to position the players away from said high grounds so that they actually have to work to get there if they're coming in for an optional objective. And this will be nice because if they come in from here, they meet this obstacle. Oh my gosh, such a hard way forward. They go back up to here, encounter treasure. They're like, oh yeah, this is a great way. They're not going to immediately want to go back towards all the bad shit that they just saw. Or they might think, oh, this is a good way around this challenge. And they'd be right. So then they're getting rewarded. Yeah, that totally works. So now let's take a little bit of a zoom out. Let's gut check all that we just did. So this is definitely the simplest area, but that's also okay. You want a simple area. And they either go kind of straight in and then meet head-on resistance. We're talking, goodness gracious, great balls of fire at the front here. But they can shove their way through, get in there, get the treasure, get out. Got lots of interesting stuff on the way. And if they go out the other way, could be it's still an interesting experience. If they go out this way, still an interesting experience because they're probably, if they go in this way, there's so many obstacles that they're gonna tip someone off, probably. So they're not going to want to take the longer, more circuitous way out, which would be the easier one. They're going to want to continue pushing for that exit, especially especially if I make this like a bridge or something that's really easy to see from there. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man, we might even do a blue... Hi.
Hey.
What's up?
I was just making sure.
Yeah, I'm watching the time. When are we leaving? Okay, yep. I'm good. We're maybe going to use a blue path. Maybe a bit of a blue path. We're getting a little wacky today. We want to make sure that this stands out as important to draw the eye, but that there's this little sneaky snake way around that is also an option. Yeah. Now we have to buff out area 1 a tad, or we just don't. That's the other option, is that we just don't buff out area 1 because it's supposed to be the plugin area. So you need a little bit less going on in here. You just need it to be interesting in how it connects to all the other areas, because it's going to be the thing of, if you're plugging it onto some other map or some other dungeon, that's where you do it. So we're going to call that 1, we're going to call that 2, we're going to call that 3. Debatably, we could make this into its own dot, and that would be a little bit more consistent with my general ideology. I might do that. Yeah, with my general way that I construct these maps, it makes a lot more sense to put a blue dot there. And then that bridge is the interesting thing. Yeah. Yeah. And if we want to be a little bit extra cheeky, we can throw a bit of purple on there. Maybe make it to where part of the bridge is crumbling. So as they are, they see they're making their escape. Oh no, they're pushing through. They see the bridge. They're making a run for it. They realize, oh no, the other part of the bridge is fucking out. So actually, wait. That would be a jump. We need a leap for the exit. Oh, they're going to leave all of their pursuers behind. And then we'll make that over to there. That and that will both be... That'll be a purple, that'll be a red. Red. And then purple. Perfect. Perfect. I like it. We leave these white nodes flexible for plugins, and then and then everything else. What the fuck? Why does it look so weird? Ah! Oh no! Wait, bring it back. Okay. Just gonna finish buffing it out a little bit. Now, I gotta go. But I do want to do another stream. Obviously, I changed the map quite a lot in this node phase, but not that much, really. And so I want to do a zoom back in of, okay, so we've done all of this. How do we go back? You know what I'm saying? How do we go from this to a more traditional looking map? And maybe we'll do that next time. This is great. This totally worked. This general stream, and I think it could be, this sort of biphase extreme is always going to be kind of weird. But it could be interesting. A little bit of a lighthearted beginning to a little bit more of like a, not necessarily like serious, but a little bit more of an involved second half. And what do we want to call this? We're going to call this The Secret Society in the Mountains. And we're going to take it out of Excalidraw, and we're going to throw it into maps. And we will work on it some other time. Okay. Perfect. Well, hey, thank you so much, everybody, for coming, for watching, for joining. I appreciate it. Yeah. I think we will do this again. Bilderberg. Bilderberg could work. Bilderberg could work for a YouTube series title. I don't know if it will be, but that could kind of work. Either way. Like I said, thank you all for joining. A lot of fun. And I'm excited to be creating again. I really like, the moments of creation that I do during Critical Eyes. Those are super fun. But having something where it's a little bit more concentrated, a little bit more focused, could be cool. Have you looked into relics and rarities? I have not. Maybe here, I'll write it down because I do gotta go. But I'll write it down and I'll look into it off stream. Relics and rarities. Yeah, I'll look into it off stream. But with that, I gotta go. I will see y'all later. Goodbye.